Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Ready for the opener. And there they go. Roller of the night begins the best. Menally is up close from second. Here's Noble Lady and Joyful Departure advancing third and fourth. Sassy Tallahassee has the fifth spot, and from her outside is Our First Lady. Ruler of the night, the expected speed, almost 3 parts of a length. Mentally is pressing from her outside. And along the rail is Noble Lady in the third spot. Joyful Departure has 3 to find at the 3/8. A length to Our First Lady hitting her best stride 3 deep. Nothing yet from Sassy Tallahassee. Ruler of the night has the lead, more than a length and a quarter. Mentally continues to chase the chalk from second. Joyful Departure third. Our First Lady with her wide run. Noble Lady drops out of it just a bit. Now going to try to swing into the 2 or 3 path. And Sassy Tallahassee tips to the extreme outside. In the meantime, Ruler of the Night has given them the slip. No excuses with the top spot. Our First Lady is chasing from second. Sassy Tallahassee's into third. Ruler of the Night at even money in the opener. Our First Lady second, then Sassy Tallahassee. Joyful Departure checked in fourth for the Super. On to the second race. No changes. The early pick 3 gets underway in race 2. Post time in about 22 minutes. Movement from Holy Cowboy. And there they go. Sneeds broke a little outward. Awkward start for Star in the Making. Holy Cowboy and Gritting Glory begin the best. Holy Cowboy has the lead. Runabout setting up shop from third. Ringgood is fourth. Sneeds with a deep journey. Then Laubanamo and Star in the Making is at the back. Holy Cowboy kept honest by Gritting Glory. Runabout gets a nice tracking trip, a rhythmic stride for him along the inside. Length clear of Ringgood, another 2 lengths to Sneeds and Laubanamo. About 5 lengths to Star in the Making, the last of all. Holy Cowboy, Gritting Glory, they remain 1-2. And Runabout gets a nice tracking trip, now fourth, as Ringgood advances into the third spot, 3 deep. Following them, Sneeds, 4 lengths from the front, outside of Laubanamo. Better than 5 to Star in the Making. 24 4/5 the opening quarter of the half, and 50 2/5. Holy Cowboy and Gritting Glory. Runabout's getting a beautiful trip along the inside, and he's inching closer. Ringgood still with a little bit of a look from the outside. Laubanamo needs to go now. He's 5 lengths from the front. 2.5 to Sneeds, a little even paced. And I'm going to Star in the Making. Still Holy Cowboy and Gritting Glory. Runabout needs to go now. Ringgood has them all covered up. Laubanamo is 5 lengths from the pace. They're in the lane, and here's Gritting Glory coming away with the lead. But for how long? Runabout's been the player throughout. And Runabout is up to the front at the 8th pole, and he is waving bye-bye to the field. It's Runabout who opens up with ease. Star in the Making's making a move for second, held by Gritting Glory. Runabout clearly superior. In second, Star in the Making, then Grit. Third race 3, Pompous Prince, 1 pound over. 4, Colton goes 2 pounds over the weight. Race 3 will begin the pick 6. Some changes. Race 5, 1 Dr. Pick 6. And there they go, and it's another slow start for Doc Advantage. He's towards the tail of the field. Pompous Prince begins quickly, and he's going pretty good. Also up close is Wind Giant with Street Cop Officer. Then go to Crypto Causeway. Colton goes, and Doc Advantage, another slow start for him. He's the last of all. Looks like a little bit of pace on up front with Pompous Prince and Wind Giant. Here comes Crypto Causeway from the rail. Street Cop Officer in a tight spot from between runners. Colton goes to his outside, and Doc Advantage will bide his time at the tail. He's relatively close after that start. He's about 3.5 or 4 from the front. Board says 25-2. Thought they was a little more eager than that. It's Pompous Prince with the lead. From his outside is Wind Giant. Colton goes in the clear, 3 wide from the rail. Races Crypto Causeway, Street Cop Officer from between runners. Now Doc Advantage to the far outside. About 3 lengths covers the group. Pompous Prince and Wind Giant. Crypto Causeway third with Colton goes, then Street Cop Officer. And Doc Advantage with another troubled trip. He broke slowly and he's wide at the 3/8. Not a lot of things happening for Doc Advantage. 50 4/5 an even flow for Pompous Prince and Wind Giant. And here comes Doc Advantage with his run. Doc Advantage showing a little bit of promise, getting within 1.5 lengths at the quarter pole. With a Street Cop Officer, Crypto Causeway. Colton goes at the back. Wind Giant got a nice trip. He was up close to the flow. He tackles Pompous Prince. Here's Doc Advantage to the outside, trying to overcome everything. The slow start in the wide journey. Doc Advantage to the outside. Up he goes. And how good is Doc Advantage this afternoon? Doc Advantage in front. From Wind Giant, Street Cop Officer, and Pompous Prince checked in fourth. 6.523, the double 3.6, $14.60. A 6.5 exacta, $14.80. 6.52 trifecta, $13.25. And there they go. Good start for Rose in the Sky, and the favorite, My Inner Voice. Journey of 5 is showing good speed. A Slice Sloan's in a good spot right behind the 3 leaders. I'm going to My Little One, Benevolently, nowhere near the lead this afternoon, and towards the tail is Sarah's Pride. Long shot Journey of 5, My Inner Voice, the big favorite, stalking smartly from the outside. Rose in the Sky is third. There's Slice Sloan on the move into the 3rd spot, and there's My Inner Voice gaining the upper hand at the 3/8. So My Inner Voice and Slice Sloan come away 1-2 past the 3/8. Rose in the Sky is third. Journey of 5 has the 4th spot. Benevolently tries to run on from the 5th position. 7 off the lead, then My Little One. And Sarah's Pride is at the back. My Inner Voice is the leader turning into the lane. She's the one to beat. Slice Sloan is second. Rose in the Sky third from the inside. And Benevolently continues to run on from the 4th spot. My Inner Voice past the 8th pole with the lead, tending to her business, opening up. Rose in the Sky is second. Benevolently's making a move into third along the inside. 3-5. My Inner Voice all aboard the big favorite. Rose in the Sky was second. Benevolently checked in third. And the early pick 4, 4-5 with 3, with 6, with 5, $8.45. And there they go. Quick start for Smokin' Alone and Margarita Sunrise. All-time classic is showing pace from the far outside. Miami Chrome with Magnificent Chrome. Massey Hall with the Blue Silks. Dr. Lloyd's the gray against the rail. Margarita Sunrise, the salty veterans, quicker than Smokin' Alone, an all-time classic. I'm going to Dr. Lloyd, Miami Chrome, Magnificent Chrome, and Massey Hall in the 2-path. Margarita Sunrise, 22 4/5. All-time classic is second. Now here comes Massey Hall with his run from between runners. Magnificent Chrome a little wide. Miami Chrome has about 4 lengths to make up. His all-time classic has come away with the lead. Smokin' Alone from the rail and Dr. Lloyd. All-time classic, the one to come and catch. Now here comes Massey Hall and Miami Chrome. They're picking up their strides. Margarita Sunrise still clinging to second. All-time classic has scampered well clear inside the 8th pole. All-time classic running away from his rivals. Margarita Sunrise second, then Dr. Lloyd and Miami Chrome checked in fourth. 7.6 exacta, $63.50. 7.61 trifecta, $214.50. 10-cent super 7. And there they go. Dancing with Rico and the Wipers on the bus are quickly away. Gossiping Pando is also showing good zip from the rail. Watermelon Crush comes away in the fourth spot, then Chasing You. Laws, Dancing with Jake, and Regal Empire is the early trailer. Gossiping Pando up to the front from the Wipers on the bus. Dancing with Rico sits a trip from third, little more than 3 off the leaders. A break of about 3 lengths to Chasing You and Watermelon Crush. Another 2.5 to Laws, who races with Dancing with Jake, and Regal Empire is still the last of all. 23 seconds for Gossiping Pando and the Wipers on the bus. And here comes Dancing with Rico, and he looks like the player at the 5/16, getting within a length. Here's Dancing with Rico pouncing on the top 2, and Rico comes away with the lead. Dancing with Rico, the one to beat at the 3/16. Gossiping Pando still fighting from second. The Wipers on the bus is third. Dancing with Jake, Watermelon Crusher trying to close in. Laws is in the 2 path. Dancing with Rico has the lead. Dancing with Jake has a nice stride, working to the outside. Dancing with Rico and Dancing with Jake. Here comes Dancing with Jake to the outside. Did he get 7th race, 22 minutes away at 4:20. Ready for the race. And there they go. Slow start. Nobody rides for free. He is a late runner. Almendro, production credit, Drosseldium, Father Walsh, 4 of them running gun for the lead. And they open up nearly 6 lengths to Nutsy and Maddie's Express. About 2 lengths to Double Shot outside of anything possible. Another 3 to Nobody Rides for Free, but they are rocking and rolling up front. Almendro, production credit. Also there, Drosseldium, Father Walsh on top of the action, 4 wide, heading into the third. Break of about 7 lengths to the stablemates, Maddie's Express and Double Shot. Another 3 to Nutsy. Another 3 to Nobody Rides for Free and anything possible. And there's Father Walsh with the deep journey. Production credits fighting on. Almendro from the rail. Also there, Drosseldium. And here come the closers. Double Shot up the inside, Maddie's Express. Nutsy and Nobody Rides for Free. And there's Double Shot with a split along the rail. Double Shot comes away with the lead. Double Shot gets the lead. Nutsy and Nobody Rides for Free to the far outside, but Double Shot got the trip. It's Double Shot in front. Nutsy second, then Maddie's Express. Nobody Rides for Free and anything possible. 6-1, a big double, $449. 1-8 exacta, $53.50. 1-8-4 trifecta, $56.75. And ready for the nightcap. And there they go, and it's an awkward start for Indy and Penny. Barbara Spirit and Frankie C are showing pace because of the Brave and Polly's Angel. 4 gun for the lead. And look where Northway finds herself ideally situated behind this frantic pace up front. So it is because of the Brave and Polly's Angel and Barbara Spirit on top of the action. Frankie C is 4th with Northway taking over that spot. And boy, Northway's going good enough through the early stages. Following her is Giant Bottle. Dawn's Last Call is second last. Going to get some pace to chase this afternoon. Indian Penny is the last of all, 24 3/5. Because of the Brave, better than a length or so. A length and a tail to Polly's Angel. In the third spot is Barbara Spirit. And here's the favorite, Northway, who continues to travel beautifully along the inside, making a move for third in the Green Silks, getting within 5 lengths of Because the Brave. And Dawn's Last Call is creeping closer. Dawn's Last Call following in the footsteps of Northway up the inside. They're going to Giant Bottle, Frankie C, and Indian Penny. Because of the Brave has the lead. Northway has momentum. So too does Dawn's Last Call. Barbara Spirit is dropping back in the 4th spot. So it's Because of the Brave and Northway. Dawn's Last Call and Barbara Spirit have 3 to find. And Indian Penny's trying to hit her best stride from the back marker. Northway got the trip. Northway's up to the front, getting first run on Dawn's Last Call and Indian Penny. Northway, she's looked like a winner the entire trip. She needs 3/16 for the money. Dawn's Last Call makes a move at a second, then Because of the Brave and Indian Penny. Northway is just dominating on this big class drop. She's 3 to 5, and she looked like a winner the entire race, and she is strutting her stuff in the Wednesday nightcap from Dawn's Last Call. And who's going to get third for Dylan Clark? It's Because of the Brave, and Indian Penny, her stablemate, checks in 4th for the Superfecta. And the nightcap. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Monday opener in about 45 minutes at 110. 8 races, a sealed sloppy racetrack. Small one-day pick 6 carryover, better than $1,200 starting in race 3. Let's get to the changes. In the opener, we will have no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Scratches 2, 5, and 6. 2 Kumar, part of the Marcus Thompson duo. 2 Kumar scratched. Also scratching 5 and 6, Convertible Freeze and Jacoba. 2, 5, and 6. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. 3 Mr. Larry, £1 over. The opener begins the early double and the early pick 4. Second race will commence the early pick 3 for Cable Ready with an additional workout. 25th of October here at Finger Lakes. Fast track that morning. And that was a 3/8 move. 36.40 seconds breezing. On to the third, starting the pick 6. It's clear of change. Dollar minimum wager, $1,212. The one-day pick 6 carryover starting in race 3. Old school style pick 6, $1 minimum wager. Monday's pick 5 gets underway in the 4th race. Scratch 1 True Destiny, 1 True Destiny out of the 4th. 5th race will commence our late pick 4. Scratch 4 Macho Real, 4 Macho Real out of the 5th. Let's go to race 6. Race 6 will start our late pick 3. Scratch 1 Tater and Tot, part of the entry. Also scratch 6 Support the Cat. 1 Tater and Tot has been scratched, part of the entry. Also scratching 6 Support the Cat. 3 Big Elm, £1 over. 7th race begins the late daily double. Scratches 1 and 2 Lover's Leap and Tuck a Buck Away. 1 Lover's Leap, 2 Tuck a Buck Away, both scratched from the 7th. And then we get to the nightcap. Start with the jockey change. 2 Major Spin, Jackie Davis. 2 Major Spin, new jockey, Jackie Davis. And the 5 Uncle Milty will carry £4 over the weight. Sealed sloppy racetrack. The opener in about 43 minutes. Up next, Dave Mattis.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Well, we got more like October weather now as we get to the end of October, and it's a cold, rainy day as we get close to Halloween. Of course, tomorrow we are open for the Halloween card. Might have a special guest here doing the Halloween card. That's just what I heard. I don't know. But sloppy racetrack today with the wet weather, handicap accordingly, kind of look at the breeding and what these horses have done in the past on the off track. Do want to mention before the last few days, before it just seems like a layoff since we last run. It was last Wednesday, because running Monday through Wednesday. A couple doubles. We had John Davila Jr. with 2 wins on the card, Emmanuel Di Diego with 2 victories as well. Jeff Engelhart took the early double, but the big fireworks on the card was for Michael Progno and Raf Rohina. Man, that one won a $43 winner in race number 6. The other Dancing with Jake. So congratulations to him. I do want to mention also the time change. It is coming up. I didn't realize how close we were. 12:15, we're going to go for the first post after we change the clocks, of course. We change the clocks. Breeders' Cup weekend coming up this week, and then 12:15 first post starting November 6th. So November 6th. First race post time moves to 12:15. So to get up a little bit earlier. No try, no super, no show wagering in race number 1, as we did get a bunch of scratches. One of them was part of entry, Kumar, the 2. But the big scratches to knock this field down were the 5 convertible Freeze and the 6 Jacoba. Both horses that look like they'd be okay on off tracks. I guess First Deputy is the logical horse. One of those horses that doesn't have to win, but looks like he's got a big edge on this field. Now, he didn't break all his sharp, but the big thing with his last race was he ran into Jitter Juice. And when Jitter Juice does reasonable fractions, you're not going to go buy Jitter Juice. A good-looking horse Jitter Juice is. And Jitter Juice had things his way. First Deputy took a run at him and had to settle for second. It was mainly because of the fractions. If the horse was pressed a little bit, there was a good chance the First Deputy might have had a chance to go by. Now, he's not bad on an off-track. He does have a win in the past on an off-track, so that could be the key, how he handles all the moisture in the track, because this is not a good racetrack. This is not just a little bit off. This is a true sloppy racetrack, because we did get plenty of rain overnight and into this morning. Main rivals has got to be the entry. I mean, you got to figure, yeah, Mr. Larry is the speed. He's dangerous. I think he's the other one that's dangerous. It says that if Blood Moon goes after him a little bit. But, you know, Rayner comes off a fourth-place finish last time. Yeah, he's technically not really eligible, but he's going to be tough. Kazando steps up in class, but technically he won 2 in a row. And, you know, one was he was DQ'd in, but he came back and beat that type of field last time. This is a little tougher field, but the number was good for Kazando last time. So this entry could gang up on First Deputy and maybe have the best chance to defeat that rival. But, you know, you could even look at the early betting. I mean, I don't know if you can really go out on a limb in this with 4 betting interests in this race, especially we got 2 for the price of 1 with a 1 entry. I guess the main shot to come up with a price here would maybe be Mr. Larry if it's a true speed bias and that one can shoot out to the lead. Second race, so this is for 2-year-old maidens going a route. We've had a route race for the 2-year-olds earlier this year. I think we've had a couple of them now. So, and you got a couple horses coming out of the route race for the 2-year-olds, and that was a race won by Love That Bird. I mean, Love That Bird kind of was pulling away from those rivals, good-looking performance. So, you know, the horses that were second and third in that race probably going to have a little bit of an advantage over some of these other rivals who don't have any route experience just yet. And I did take one of the 2 on top. I thought Bold Force got a perfect trip. It was a good job by Jackie Davis. Couldn't have rode the horse any better, but I guess that's kind of a negative when you look at it coming back. Well, you don't have an excuse for the horse. You know, maybe it was just Love That Bird was that good. But Cable Ready, I thought, ran a better race of the 2 horses that finished second and third out of that race. He had the wider trip, and he outclosed Bold Force anyway in that race. And he's only making his 3rd start, so he's got some room to improve off of that effort. No chance to catch Love That Bird, but you got to kind of like how he was moving late. And now, of course, it was his first time going long, as a lot of these 2-year-olds will be. So I like his last race. They thought enough of him to try him in the Aspirant Stakes in his career debut. He looks like he should be awfully tough in here. Now, Strawberry Quick's an interesting one. He could possibly be the speed here and go to the front end. He did get a little bit more distance experience with a Presque race going a mile. It didn't fare too well in that race when adding blinkers. So this will be the first time adding blinkers on the dirt and going a route. So a lot of firsts for Strawberry Quick. And you got to think that this horse has got some talent. I mean, his debut was at Saratoga. Didn't take much money, but wasn't beat all that badly. That was a big effort for Strawberry Quick. Unfortunately, his next 2 starts weren't that good. But at least he showed some talent in that debut. He's got a decent number for an off-track. Not the greatest of breeding for a route, though. I guess that would be the only downside for Strawberry Quick. Sometimes a race like this, it doesn't matter with these 2-year-olds, because if he can get out there and control the pace, he's very dangerous in this race to go all the way. Bold Force, I use for 3rd again, comes out of the race with Cable Ready. I thought Cable Ready ran the better race. That was the 2nd time going long. Of course, he was running against way tougher at Ellis Park before even arriving here. It does look like he ran a little bit better going long, but again, he had no excuse as far as the trip. He couldn't have got a better trip than what he did last time. But if he improves off of that effort, he's another one to consider in here. How You Doing is the 4-horse, and the Dam side definitely bred to go long. The Dam is a half to Micromanage, who is a good router. And this one, one of the other halves to this one is Breadman, who was third in a stakes race going long. I think that was as a 2-year-old. So, how you doing? From speaking of Michael Progno, who pulled off that big upset last Wednesday on that drop down. It wasn't like that drop down had no shot in there. The horse was a good price, or that long shot anyway. The fact that he was dropping down, it was mainly that he was going route to sprint, and he was a deep closer. He got there. Probably one of the more exciting races from Wednesday. Third race, a mile 70 going it's an allowance race. State bred condition for fillies and mares. Never won a state bred other than maiden claiming or starter. Hard to go against Allure Fortune when you go back to the September 11th race for this horse. I mean, he got the clear lead. It wasn't greatly clear. I mean, he did get some pressure on the outside, but he beat a pretty good field in that race, and it was over a good racetrack, and he was drawn away at the end. Didn't fare too well last time because he got mixed up in a duel. It was one of those races where he went 47 to the half, and that was the key. He just simply went too quick early, mixed it up, and it was a closer Guidance. Actually, it was Closers 1-2, who took advantage of the pace duel. Guidance won the race, and then Stay Home Mama, who usually puts in that late run to hit the board, that one got up to be second. So I would give Allure Fortune another chance. She looks awfully tough in here if she runs the race, especially with the off track. Notice she's got 3 wins and 5 starts on the off track. Yeah, that's a good racetrack. That's not the same as a sloppy track that she won on, but she's better than these horses. Ice Love, I'm going to use for second, mainly because of her running style. I think they're all going to be chasing or trying to press Allure Fortune. So a bigger horse that likes to make a late run, or one of those horses that you like to key underneath in exactas and tries, would be a horse like Ice Love. And she may add a little more value than a couple of the other ones because she's 5-1 morning line, and she's stepping up at a $5,000 claimers. But on her best, she's a little better than a $5,000 claimer anyway. She dropped in class to win for $5,000 after running in a conditional allowances before that. And let's face it, the one state bred is better than some of the conditional allowance, or is not as tough as some of the conditional allowance races, I should say. Now, she does have to run against Frankie's Nose Best to beat her, but different pace scenario with the presence of Allure Fortune, that Allure Fortune might just send to the front end, going 48 and win here. That's how I got it. Ice Love closed to be second. Capital Gal's an interesting one. She comes out of a race won by Golden Moonlight. Golden Moonlight is one of the better plays of the year. I think I was out with COVID that day. I remember because I liked her that day. But she had finished in the top 3 her race before. Yeah, she's got good numbers. They match up here. There is a question of how she handles the off track. She's got some turf experience earlier in her career, and she might even be better on the turf, but she does have a win on the dirt, so at this level, she's just as good on the dirt that she definitely plays here off of her recent form. The 3 Cross Island, yeah, she came in here and won against an easy field, but she looked good, and she just has not come close to that race since. I know it's tougher competition, but it's almost like she's going the wrong way. Maybe she takes a break off, a little time off since her last race, and maybe bounces back here with a good effort. Keep in mind, she's got some decent works since that last race. That's some things to like about here at Finger Lakes. Dan Conway was good at doing that. Horse may have put in a dull effort, gives him a little break, puts a couple works into him, and then sharpens him up a little bit, and that sometimes can get some improvement from these horses. But Cross Island's another one to use. Stay Home Mama's another one that just kind of an underneath type. And I ended up using Stay Home Mama for 4th just because she sits back and makes a run. She might get a little overbet as far as in the win pool. She's only 5-2 morning line. And as far as the win threat, she's not that type. She's a type that kind of sits back, just kind of passes some of the tiring horses, but gets a share and gets a check. Those are some of the better horses to have, though, here at Finger Lakes. Ended up going 4, 5, 2, 6. And 3 kind of a throw in there as well. 4th race, a 5,000 claimer. Scratch the 1, True Destiny. A little trickier race, this one. I thought this was more competitive. Even though they're down to 5 betting interests, you might get some of first or second choices in the first 3. They're lower price horses. But the 4th, yeah, I mean, Mind of Gold, it's tough to figure that one out. She ran second to Take Charge for Christie, and then she doesn't hit the board. I say hit the board top 3. The next 2 races, I mean, what's going on in Mind the Goal? She stretches out. Obviously, she's just as good going long as short, but she's a beatable favorite. Although I like David Iola. I think he does a tremendous job with his horses. He even went off the claim the other day. Just kind of short. And plus the pace scenario here. She's Got Game is going to be the speed. She's going to be out there. And you got to think Funny Pursuit out of sprints. You're going to get a decent pace. So I thought it might favor one of the deeper closers. And I got to like the Alicia's Way last race. I mean, she came rolling late. She's one of those horses, because of the blinkers that she wears or whatever, she sometimes she can be a little erratic early. Takes her a little while to get into the race. But she's got some of that late punch, and she showed it last time with a solid second as Saloon Girl went on with it. I mean, there wasn't a lot of speed in that race overall, so she was up against it. And Saloon Girl had been facing tougher earlier in the year. Now, the other thing with Alicia's Way, she doesn't mind moisture in the track. And it looks like she's going to get enough pace to chase, gets an off track. 50% of her wins have been on the off track, and she's only made 6 starts on it. So some things to like with Alicia's Way. Plus, you got the top trainer. I mean, that's so, a little bit of a price of 5-2 because Mind of Gold is going to be the favorite. And it's hard to knock Mind of Gold because of that race against Take Charge Christie. She ran into Dosage and Mimosas, who's sharp right now. And then last time, I don't know. I mean, she just hasn't been able to repeat that effort on September 13th. Maybe the stretch out will help Mind of Gold. She'll be up close with She's Got Game and Funny Pursuit. Obviously playable, but are you going to take a short price? She's Got Game, I kind of liked. I was considering putting her on top, but which She's Got Game is going to show up? And the other part is, how much pressure is she going to get early from Funny Pursuit, who's stretching out of sprints and has speed in sprints? That is a big question. She does have a win on an off track, but her last 2 races simply haven't been as good. So what do you do with She's Got Game? Obviously, the last race was against allowance horses. You could forgive that effort because she drops back to 5,000. But the other race against Ruxton Rocks, she was on the inside the whole race, but can you really make a big excuse for her? She's going to be tough if she shakes loose. I don't know if Funny Pursuit would let that happen, but I'll use her 3rd. 5th race goes 1 mile and an 1/8. I like these longer distances we've been going lately. It's actually better for the horses, some of these longer routes, because they relax more early. Scratch the 4, Macho Real, horse that I kind of like is the off track. I had a tough time after that. I mean, you talk about the other race being competitive. This is one that, the outside 2 horses, maybe not so much win threats, but it's really hard to come up with a winner. Not a lot of them have had experience going this distance. Make It in New York has a past mile and 1/8. So does Tri-Satum. I did lean towards Tri-Satum. Like I said, lean, mainly because at least she's not the favorite. She's second choice in the program, and I didn't love anybody else. I mean, maybe you take Babcock at a price if you're looking for a long shot, but Tri-Satum is rounding into form after finishing 4th his previous start against the tougher field. A similar field last time. He was coming late, and he kept rolling. And you can make a case that it was the pace that beat him in that race, but you could always find excuses for Tri-Satum. He does like to finish 3rd of all places, and he did finish 3rd that day. Well, what happened was there wasn't much speed. Interstate, who's not really that fast, was able to get the lead. What's My Category, who often finishes 2nd, was up there with him. They ran 1-2, but Tri-Satum was trying to make a late run. He was right there, but the pace just kind of was the reason that he got defeated. Unless Make It in New York can remember his back class, there's not much in here that's any better than the race he comes out of, which makes him the logical horse for me in here. And he does have a win on an off track. Does that matter? Well, when you only got 2 wins in your career, it does. And I'm going to use Tri-Satum as my top choice. So use Make It in New York for 2nd on back class. Maybe the extra distance will help. He was up close with a slow pace himself, so I really don't have that much of an excuse for him last time, except for he's just faced better in the past. He's tried 2 starts in a row for 5, And, that's my business. Would probably beat most of these horses in this field, but he was kind of following the leader type when they go that slow. So it's hard to gauge how good Make It in New York is right now. Hard not to use them either off of the second place finish. The 5 Mo Dancin', I guess you could say, got the worst of it as far as being up against it from the pace and everything last time, because he was sitting off of that slow pace. Remember, Interstate controlled the pace. What's my category was up there? Mo Dancin' was shuffled back and taken back to last. So you could say a horse that was up against it, and this is a horse that doesn't have to be that far back as he was last time, and he's trying to make up all that ground against a 50 and 115. Hell, he wasn't able to do so. The problem is, and you can say, well, he was up against it, the pace was slow, and he tried to close into it. You got to like him say, not necessarily, because it wasn't like he made any kind of big move where he only lost by a length or two, like Trisatum did. He kind of just flattened out with that late run and was still well beaten in the race. So you really can't gauge anything from what he did that race. And his race before was a weaker race where he finished 4th. So he's a little inconsistent with his form. But if you go back a few starts, this horse has races that'll win this race. And I think he likes to be up a little bit closer, that if he doesn't get shuffled back and get far out of the race, and if he's in the race early, I think Mo Dancin' has a shot to win here. Who else are you going to like with the entry for 4th? Long Shot Babcock. Got to get one of his prices in as we get later in the year. Take the edge. Probably a little bit stronger of the two, although you can make a case for both of them as far as making the number. I'll go with 3, 2, 5, and 1. All right, 4 horse, 1 to 5. Let's not get carried away there in the first race. 6th race, scratch the 1 part of entry. Tater and Tot. Could really narrow down this one. Redemption Road and Pentagelli, they don't seem like they want to win. They're more underneath type. So as far as the win threats, I thought it might be between Big Elm and Max Foster. And I was bouncing back and forth, and I'm just trying to see who's going to get the trip. I think the extra half furlong is going to help Big Elm, who looked good last time. I mean, this is a good-looking horse. He looked good in the paddock, had a nice stride late to him last time. It's just one of those cases where the pace didn't come back to him enough, going 5.5. Well, you got to think Redemption Road is going to be out there with Max Foster. And that could be the difference. Now, if Max Foster has an easy pace up front, he's going to win. So I think that maybe at the 6 furlongs, Big Elm could sit back, make a run, and win race number 6. Of course, can't take anything away from Max Foster. Like I said, I got the two probably pretty much even here. Off of Max Foster's last race in the slop. I mean, this ran a good second, got a good number for the race, and now goes first-time Lasix. And as far as the breeding is concerned, you're not going to find a better, more, especially here at Finger Lakes, a much better bred horse by Palace Mouse out of a dam by Ghost Sapper. So he's got some room to improve off of the race. And keep in mind, he was off the layoff for that race as well. Going to be tough. Going to be real tough. As far as taking the entry at 9 to 5, yeah, they can win. Either one of them can win. They're both knocking at the door. And maybe this is the time of year that you're seeing those type of horses, like What's My Category the other day. Can't remember, the Richard Schaefer trainee the other day also broke through with victories. And that happens this time of year. They keep finishing underneath, end of the year. You catch that field and you run your sharpest race and get through the condition. But 9 to 5 on that possibility happening. I mean, you can't knock Redemption Road or Pantagelli. They're both running well. Just got to get that nose up in front. Got to like both of them as far as second or third in this race. So they're the other players in here. And I wouldn't blame anybody for going 3 deep in this 6-horse field if you're playing pick 5s or pick 4s or whatever. I went 3, 1A, 2. I did use a 6, but I'm hearing a possibility. Don't quote me on this. There's a possibility of the 6 scratching. I think that was just announced. I didn't get that scratch. So let's just call it 3, 1A, 2. I do believe the 6 was scratched. So 7th race, scratch the 1. Lover's Leap, scratch the 2. Tuck a buck away. Yeah, class-wise, it's hard to go against the 10 Digital Future. Again, can't blame anybody for going against them. But the perfect 2 for 2 at the 5.5 furlong distance is tough to ignore. going from like allowance races and a 12.5 claimer to 5,000, also tough to ignore. The only scary thing is it's lightly raced this year. He hasn't started since the summer. His last start was in August at Saratoga, where he wasn't that badly beaten by Jackie's brother, Dylan Davis. Now goes to Jackie Davis. At least stays in the family. The other part of it is how this horse will handle an off track. Has raced a few times on. Of course, much tougher competition, and the numbers aren't bad. Also, Digital Future, 2 of his 4 wins in his career were on the turf, and he is bred for the turf. So it's a tricky read, should say, but this horse is far better than the rest of these if he's on his game. His best race easily beats these. A lot of ifs, though, and that's why I don't think he's going to be a short price favorite in here because of all the question marks with Digital Future. Now, Prepare for Glory is 8-1 morning line. I mean, the horse plays. I mean, the last off-track race that this horse had was a nice number, a 64 buyer, and won the race. Hasn't been able to repeat it, but you know, he wasn't that badly beaten by Fiery Heart, a horse that'll be up for Horse of the Year, and he's only a few lengths behind that rival. Was a little slow at the start last time, dropping to 5, but he still should have run better than what he did. But being that far behind, maybe taking him out of the race. So if you could forgive the last effort, you could use Prepare for Glory today, and he does have a couple wins on and off track. Sam A is another one you got to forgive. This one was a heavy favorite last time and did not deliver. Did not deliver at all. Didn't hit the board. But, yeah, the speed didn't come back, but it was kind of an upset. The Murph barn going really well, and that just shows that Quad Party, who was eligible for the other part of the lifetime part of the condition, was the one that won the race. So, and that's a rarity. So maybe Sam A bounces back. Because I say it's a big upset, or not really a big upset, but I say Sam A should have run a lot better because he's run well on an off track in the past. Maybe that just wasn't his day. He just didn't fire. You got to forgive the effort if you're backing Sam A this time. I'll throw in Letter Carry Henry for 4th. Like him obviously better 5.5 than 6, and he's been running 5.5 in the right spot. And he's got a good percentage on off tracks in his career. This is a lot tougher race than the races he comes out of. So it did come up a relatively tough race for this condition this time, but I'm going to go the 10, 9, 5, and 7. They got to look good if I'm taking outside posts. I never like taking horses from way out there because often you will get a tough trip, or at least a wide trip. 8th race, 5,000 claiming race, non-winners of a race since a date, or never won for condition, going 6 furlongs. This is one of the few that I will take that's coming out of the 4 lifetime part of it, but you look at the rest of this field, I think they're all 4 lifetimes. Yeah, they are. I mean, nobody's in for the race since the date. I think they're all eligible for the 4 lifetime. That means it's an easier spot for Bustin Pietre, who's dropping in class anyway. Really tough to go against this horse. I guess the concern would be it's always scary when they come off long layoffs and they're in for 5,000 dropping again. At least he's showing works, decent works, and his last race wasn't that bad. I mean, speaking of Sam A, got beat by that horse, was a beaten favorite, but it wasn't like he ran that bad. I think he's still got enough in the tank to beat 5,000 claimers. Really tough to go against. Major Spin I'm going to use for 2nd. Changes hands off of the claim here. And, well, he's got a couple riders going for him on Major Spin. But he did have a relatively slow start last time. But I don't come up with that much of an excuse. I think Knight of the Crown was just best last time. His previous start, he'd had all kinds of excuses. But if he runs back to that race and gets out of the gate and runs his race, he could be tough in here. I'm going to go Major Spin for 2nd. He's faced better in the past. A real tricky one would be Kong Loves a Fight. Speaking of, the Mike Progno horse the other day that won at 20-1 was a horse turning back in distance out of a route, but had some class. They got to really back up, or the horses really got to make up that ground late. And, maybe the other day it was a case of a tiring racetrack, the second half of the card, that helped that horse along. But Kong Loves a Fight, the horse has got talent. Beat a couple good ones trained by Jeremiah back in August, and then hasn't really got the pace scenario or the type of field that he could beat the other. I mean, it comes out of race 1 by Jitter Juice when Jitter Juice controlled the pace last time. So He's better than these horses. It's just a question of going 6 furlongs if he can get there against these horses. He does have a win in the past going 3/4, but he needs the pace to back up to him. And this is the other Paul Barrow trainee, got him first and third. The 6 Run Casper Run, a lot of times an underneath type. He has not shown a real liking for the off track, though, and that would be the downside for Run Casper Run. So scratch 7-2-9-6. Or my picks are 7-2-9-6 in that race. No scratches in the last. Well, enjoy today's card. We do have 8 of them today. Remember, the pick 5 goes back to normal, starts in the 4th. Pick 4 in the 5th. I do want to mention it again. We are going to be changing post times. It's coming up next week. November 6th. Well, it's not too far away. But we continue Monday through, 12:15 will be the first post starting November 6th. But we continue live racing this week, Monday through Wednesday, even tomorrow for Halloween. Might even have a special guest. Maybe I'll see you then.
Coming onto the track for the Monday opener, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. 2, 5, and 6 all scratched. Here they are. 1 Cazando, Luis Perez. Stablemate 1A, Reiner, Jackie Davis. 9 to 5 for the Anthony Ferraro duo. Scratch the 2, Kumar. Stablemate 2B, Blood Moon, Stephen Frett. 3, Mr. Larry, Christian Navarro, 1 pound over. Big favorite, the 4, First Deputy, Manuel Di Diego, 1 to 2 in the wagering. Sealed sloppy racetrack, once again, 2, 5, and 6 all scratch from the opener. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Race 1 will begin the early double. And the early pick 4, a little more than 2 minutes until post time. All right, fans, track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Final 12 days of the racing season here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Just a note, fans, next week we will move it up just a little bit. 12:15, our new post time starting next Monday. Obviously going to roll the clocks back this weekend, and that will move up our post time beginning next Monday. November the 4th, we will be racing at 12:15, and that will be our post. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the Monday opener. Number 4, First Deputy, 3 to 4. The Anthony Ferraro duo, Cazando, Reiner, 6 to 5. Blood Moon is 7 to 1. And Mr. Larry is 9 to 1. A field of 5 with 4 wagering interests. Sealed a sloppy racetrack. Final 12 days of the 2023 season here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Ready to load a Reiner and Blood Moon. Blood Moon to the outside, ready for the Monday opener. And there they go, and it's a slow start for Mr. Larry, and he likes to be up near the pace. Reiner and Blood Moon begin the best, and here comes Mr. Larry after that slow start, guided to the extreme outside, and he is rushing up for the lead. And right behind them is a First Deputy. Look at the trip for First Deputy. Very favorable through the early stages. And at the back is Cazando. And look at Mr. Larry. Quarter horse with the lead. Mr. Larry going pretty quick. Opens up 6 to Blood Moon and Reiner. First Deputy a little less than 8 off the lead. And Cazando is about 13 from the front. And despite blowing the brake, Mr. Larry has built up a huge lead at the 5/8. Pretty ambitious from Mr. Larry. It's better than 6 or 7 to Blood Moon and Reiner. First Deputy's in 4th, and Cazando is at the back of the pack. And still Mr. Larry has the lead, 6 lengths. Reiner's getting closer with Blood Moon, and First Deputy bides his time from the 4th spot. And Cazando is still the last of the quintet. They race to the 3/8, and here comes Reiner. Reiner's in a good spot, and he's ready to tackle Mr. Larry. And Reiner looks like the one to beat midway through the turn. First Deputy's a little even-paced as Reiner opens up. And maybe his stablemate Cazando is the real late threat. He's beginning to pick up his stride. Just in front of him, First Deputy, who's now trying to find his best stride. But it is Reiner with the advantage. And here's Cazando into second. And First Deputy is third. So it's all about Reiner at the 3/16. Can he fend off Cazando? And Cazando, who's sharp these days, is really making this huge move to the outside. Barn bragging rights up for grabs here. And it is Cazando who storms up to the front. Cazando from last to first, from Reiner, First Deputy, Blood Moon, and Mr. Larry. 147 and 34 100ths. Mr. Larry made a mess of the start, and then he went way too quick. And it's the horse who was a long ways out of it, the one Kazando, a last to first winner of our Monday opener. Kazando out finishing his stablemate Reiner. Then it was the 4 First Deputy, then the 2B Blood Moon, and a 3 Mr. Larry, the last of the quintet. Please hold all tickets. Kazando, he's been pretty sharp his last 4 starts. That is 2 in a row, his 6th overall. He is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Kozan out of the dam Lemons and Roses, owned and trained by M. Anthony Ferraro, winning jockey Louis Perez. Florida bred, how about that? A Floridian in the mud, go figure. Kazando was bred by Brent and Crystal Fernung, along with others. Florida breds really relish a wet racetrack. Kazando with that big last to first victory. 1-1A, 4, 2B, 3, and the exact 1-4 is worth $5.40. Second race will begin the early pick 3, post time in about 20 minutes at 1:44. We do have an additional workout concerning 4 cable ready. 25th of October here at Finger Lakes Fast Track, 3/8, 36.40 seconds. Breezing. Fans, this weekend is the Breeders' Cup. You can watch and wager on all of the Breeders' Cup action right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. You want to be part of our FingerLakesBonusBets.com, especially for this weekend. You know, wagering on Finger Lakes races returns 6% rewards. Other percentages from different racetracks. New customers that deposit and wager $100 receive a $50 sign-up bonus. Now, this weekend, you know, normally the rewards for Santa Anita are 2%. We're going to bump it up for Breeders' Cup weekend. 5% rewards for both of the days, Friday and Saturday. The entire cards. Must wager $1,500 a month to get that 5% kickback. If you're not a member, there's never been a better time to sign up and be part of our FingerLakesBonusBets.com, especially with this big Breeders' Cup weekend. 5% rewards both days for the entire cards. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay.
All right, getting ready for race number 2, and the entry runs 1-2 in the first. Those Kazando and Reiner, both for M. Anthony Ferraro, dominates the first. Luis Perez gets the win. Second race, 2-year-old maiden race going to route. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here. Obviously, always a tricky race. We got 2-year-olds going long, and then you got to throw in the slop to add to that. Can't really gauge much about the track from the first race, but you kind of look at this race as maybe a couple of horses that have some route experience would certainly help them here. You got a horse like Cable Ready, comes out of the same race as Bold Force. That race was won by Love That Bird, who wasn't much the best winner in that race, but it does turn out to be a better race, and the experience that Bold Force and Cable Ready got out of the race will definitely help their cause. And Cable Ready ran the better race of the two, and he was only making his second start in his first time going long, but he had the worst of it, having to kind of circle wide and still outclosed Bold Force in that race. So if he moves forward at all from that race, he's going to be awfully tough in here. He had no shot in his debut, debuting in a tough stakes race. Cable Ready at odds of 8-5 for the Linda Dixon barn. The speed might come from the 2, Strawberry Quick. Very dangerous. This one will be on the front end. Just a matter of getting the distance. I mean, this horse is not really bred that great for a route, but at least did get a mile on the artificial surface of Presque Isle in his last start. Now, he did show some talent in his debut, running third at Saratoga in a sprint race. Nothing wrong with that race. So, you know, since has put on blinkers, was overmatched in that Presque Isle race. Yeah, there's some route breeding to it. I mean, but it's not strong. I think the Dam's only win was a route, but not a huge number for the distance for Strawberry Quick. But it may not matter if this horse can control the pace up front and just simply keep going. He might have the talent to do so. Again, Bold Force ran third behind Cable Ready. Could improve off of that race. He's only had 2 starts since arriving here from Ellis Park, so he's got some room to improve as well. The 3-horse How You Doin' will be only making his second career start and his first start going long. Dam's a have to micromanage, so there's some good breeding in there. This is a have to horse called Breadman, who was third in a route stakes race as a 2-year-old. So there's some things to like with How You Doin'. At least the breeding's there for this horse, and he wasn't that badly beaten in his sprint debut. So some things to like a couple of these horses, and could be a competitive maiden event. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 begins in race 2. We've got about 6 minutes to post.
Coming onto the track for race 2, 1 mile and 70 yards, made in special weights, 2-year-olds, a field of 6. Here they are, number 1, Bold Force, Jackie Davis. Second choice at 5-2, onto the 2, Strawberry Quick, Jose Baez. Number 3, How You Doing, Cabercoa. 4 is Cable Ready, the current favorite at 8-5 with Nazario Alvarado. 5 is Derby Child, Heeman Harkey. And 6 is Rory's Orchard, Rafael Rohina Jr. This is a stablemate to the 2, Strawberry Quick. 2 and 6 conditioned by Stacy Torelli and the Niz. 4 Cable Ready with that additional workout, 25th of October, Finger Lakes Fast Track that morning, 3/8, 36.40 seconds breezing. Race 2 will begin the early pick 3, a little more than 2 minutes until post time. Top pick for me is the 4 Cable Already. I like this horse on the 9th of October. Thought he ran very well. The connections thought enough to enter him in the Aspirant. That was an ambitious spot, especially considering how salty the race came up. It's one thing to nominate, it's one thing to enter, but to go through with it, that kind of indicated that they have a lot of high expectations for Cable Ready, especially with those quality runners that were in this year's Aspirant. They could have easily scratched out of that affair and opted for another spot. Probably wanted the 2 turns all along, so they said, let's give him a prep. We know he's a little overmatched, but we'll go with it. Thought he ran very well in that route race on the 9th of October, finishing in front of Bold Force. He also finished in front of Rory's Orchard. Dynaformer Blood on the bottom. Should relish this sealed, sloppy racetrack this afternoon. Cable Ready, who had a good stride in the final quarter of a mile, is the horse that I'm going to go with on top. Don't like the price at 7-5, but he's the top pick. 1 Bold Force is the most experienced 2-year-old in this race. He's making his 5th career start. His last start was his best placing, a 3rd place finish. It's kind of coincidental that it came with the longest race in his career. I like his blood. He's a Kentucky bred, hard spun out of a Scat Daddy mare. Perhaps he can turn the tables on Cable Ready. Bold Force, the most experienced 2-year-old. 3, How You Doing? I just picked him because I like to say his name. Not necessarily, but I do like saying his name. I thought his first race was encouraging. I like the winner, Benji Brown. He looked good winning that nightcap on the 18th of October. The final time wasn't as flashy as I would have liked to see, especially considering that Paul Barrow had a 2-year-old filly that really ran a hole in the wind earlier in the card, running 1 minute and 6. Significantly quicker than the boys did in the nightcap. But How You Doing is a horse who wants the added real estate, has a very good Tomlinson for an off track, and that's to be expected. Constitution out of an Arch mare, maybe How You Doing could be one to look at a bit of a price. He's 4-1. And then the 2 Strawberry Quick, at least he has a route race under his belt. Both of his sprint races not that bad. I talk about 2-year-olds that debut at Saratoga. If the connections thought enough to run him at Saratoga, perhaps that's good enough all by itself. 4-1-3-2 for me here in race 2, beginning the early pick 3. The 2-year-olds are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the second race. 2-year-olds made in special weights. First leg of the early pick 3. Another big favorite, the 4 Cable Ready, 3-5. 4-1 on the 1, Bold Force. 9-2 on the 2, Strawberry Quick. 5-1 on the 3. How you doing? Bold Force, the first of 6 into the gate. There's Strawberry Quick. 1 of 2 for Torelli and Niz. Stablemate to the 6, Rory's Orchard. How you doing? Should relish the wet racetrack and the added real estate. Constitution out of an arch mare. There's Cable Ready with that good Dynaformer blood underneath. He's the big favorite, promising 2-turn start in his most recent race, finishing in front of Bold Force and Rory's Orchard. There's Derby Child. He's the big long shot. And Rory's Orchard will be the last of 6 to the outside. Still working on Derby Child. Almost in with Derby Child. And Rory's Orchard to the outside. Early pick 3 time. And there they go. Slow start, Derby Child. How you doing? Broke a little outward, taking the path of Cable Ready. Here's Strawberry Quick, quickly picking it up from How You Doing. Bold Force is third, and Cable Ready from the outside. The Grays in the clear heading into the turn. Towards the tail are the last 2. That is Derby Child and Rory's Orchard. So Strawberry Quick makes the pace, nearly 3 lengths to How You Doing, and Bold Force and Cable Ready's in the 4th spot. Nearly 4 lengths back to Derby Child, about 1.5 lengths or 2 to Rory's Orchard. So Torelli and Niz are first and last entering the backstretch. Strawberry Quick, the leader, to the 5/8 a length. In the 2nd spot, How You Doing? Bold Force is third, and here's Cable Ready inching a little closer with that clear path. He gets within 3 lengths of Strawberry Quick. Long ways back to the last 2, Derby Child and Rory's Orchard. Derby Child is trying to progress from that 5th position. He needs to. The flow favors the horse's forwardly position. 25 seconds, 50 1/5. Strawberry Quick and How You Doing? Cable Ready really needs to giddy up from there. Likewise for Bold Force. They are single file. Derby Child's in the 5th spot, and nothing from Rory's Orchard. Strawberry Quick, How You Doing? Cable Ready continues with his run, and Bold Force is now beginning to pick up his stride along the inside, going to tip out into the 2 or 3 path. Strawberry Quick, How You Doing? And there's Cable Ready, wearing him down with this steady Eddie stride to the outside. Strawberry Quick, Cable Ready as the final furlong to try and come and get him. Strawberry Quick, Cable Ready in the center of the racetrack, and Strawberry Quick keeps on going. Cable Ready trying to tag him late. Strawberry Quick, wire to wire from Cable Ready. How You Doing? Third, Bold Force fourth. Strawberry Quick and Cable Ready, they hit the wire together. 148 61 1/100ths the final time. 2, Strawberry Quick, hammered late all the way down to 6-5, sharing favoritism with Cable Ready. Two, 4, 3. How you doing? Third, fourth place, 1, Bold Force. Boy, $5 more for Cable Ready as Strawberry Quick was absolutely hammered. All the way down to co-favoritism at 6-5. Unofficially 2, 4, 3, 1. Shuffle up and deal. There's Strawberry Quick making his way into the winner's circle. 2-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Union Jackson out of the Dam Butch's Mango. Owned by Stacy Torelli and Ivory Sisters Racing. Stacy Torelli and the Niz. Jose Baez, the winning jockey. Winner was bred in New York by Ivory Sisters and Sequel Stallions New York LLC. Second race is in the books officially 2, 4, 3, 1. That early double 1-2, $17.20. A 2-4 exacta from the second race, $10.40. 2-4-3 trifecta, $7.60. And the 10-cent super 2-4-3-1, $2.08. On to the third. It begins our pick six. We have a one-day pick six carryover, $1,212. That's $1 minimum wager. Old school, traditional style pick six. No changes in the third. Let's go over the sequence. In the fourth race, scratch 1, True Destiny. In the fifth race, scratch 4, Macho Real. On to race 6, scratch 1, Tater and Top, part of the entry. Also scratch 6, Support the Cat. In the seventh race, scratching 1 and 2, Lover's Leap and Tuck a Buck Away. And in the nightcap, 2, Major Spin a Jockey Change to Jackie Davis. Our Monday pick 6 in 22 minutes at 2:16.
11 minutes to post for the third race. A good finish there between the two favorites. Strawberry Quick figured to be tough on the front, and Cable Ready coming off a good performance. It was those two, but Strawberry Quick getting the victory for the Niz. Jose Baez aboard for Torelli and the Niz. Third race starts the pick 6. A small carryover into today. Remember the other day we had the big payout of over $100,000. That was just last week. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 also available in here. And yeah, Allure Fortune should be awfully tough in here if she can avoid that big duel that she had last time. And it seems like she's better on the off track anyway. 3 of her 5 wins have been performed on off tracks. So it's just a matter of how much she has to endure early with the other pace. Maybe Frankie's knows best, but she might even be able to clear that one. She looks to be a short price favorite in here. She is getting some play early right now at odds of 6-5. Really tough to beat in here. I did use Ice Love for second, just looking for a closer to land a share after Allure Fortune maybe puts away the other speed. Ice Love ran second to Frankie's Knows Best with a different pace scenario that day where they went slow up front with 49, but she came back and won pretty convincingly against a pretty soft field. But she's got a little backlash. Keep in mind, she dropped after running against allowance horses before dropping to 5. She only had the one start on an off track, and it was a good track, and she didn't run that badly. I don't think that'll be an issue for Ice Love. It was a big top 3 threat in this race, despite stepping up after winning for 5. The 2-horse is Capital Gal. She figures to run well coming out of lifetime conditions. She did win the 2 lifetime, and those 3 lifetimes are tougher than the 1 state bred. And you can tell by the numbers they're better than the 1 state bred. But this race came up relatively tough with Allure Fortune in here. Keep in mind, she comes out of a race won by Golden Moonlight. That horse would easily beat these rivals. As some of the contenders for the third, we start the $1 pick 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 also available here.
Race 3, fillies and mares, 1 mile and 70 yards, New York breds, 3-year-olds and up, first day bred condition. No changes, first leg of our Monday pick six, $12 pick six carryover, dollar minimum wager. Let's meet the group, beginning with the favorite, number 4, Allure Fortune. Jose Baez looking for 2 in a row, even money, Allure Fortune. One is Frankie Knows Best. She's gunning for 3 in a row. Christian Navarro is the jockey, second choice at 5-2. The 2 is Capital Gal, Kevin Navarro. 3 is Cross Island, Caber Coa, and Anthony Ferraro looking for a trading double. Stablemate 5, Ice Love, Louis Perez, and Anthony Ferraro. And 6 is Stay Home Mama with Joel Cruz. That's the field of 6 in race 3. Post time in a little more than 3 minutes. For Allure Fortune is the one to beat. She was an odds-on favorite in this similar condition on the 4th of October. She disappointed. Unfortunately for her, she was really dueled into submission. There was a long shot that really put her into the ground early. They went 23-3. That is absolutely rolling here at Finger Lakes around 2 turns. She's 3 for 5 on a wet racetrack, and she deserves another shot. She was the short-priced, beaten favorite on the 4th of October. I'm coming right back with her at even money. 2 Capital Gal could be the one to take a look if you're trying to take a swing against the favorite. I didn't see a tremendous amount of pace in this affair. I know Frankie Knows Best likes to be forwardly positioned, but hey, you know what? When you're going 50 3/5 and 116 for 3/4, you should be forwardly placed and you should stick around, and that's been what Frankie's been doing. Capital Gal's interior flow seems to be a little better. The day she succeeded 3 races ago, I endorsed her on the 25th of July. She ran a big race that day. She went 13-2. Capital Gal is the one I think you should be keying on if you're against the 4 Allure Fortune. After that, I had a hard time deciphering which Anthony Ferraro gal I wanted to go with. I went with Ice Love off her authoritative victory on the 3rd of October. I know Cross Island was much, much shorter when they faced off with one another on the 20th of June, but I like the way Ice Love is coming up to this affair versus Cross Island, who has put in 3 duds in a row, so I landed on the 5, Ice Love for 3rd, and then 6, Stay Home Mama, a late runner to pick up the pieces from off the pace. 4, Allure Fortune, the one to beat. Capital Gal, the 2. She's the long shot look, in my opinion, here in race 3, starting our Monday pick 6. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the third race, the start of our Monday Pick 6. Nearly $4,000 of new money in the Monday Pick 6. Big time favorite here, the 4 Allure Fortune at 1-2. After that, the 1 Frankie Knows Best at 5-1. Both the 2 and the 6 Capital Gal and Stay Home Mama are 6-1 in the wagering. There's the favorite Allure of Fortune. Jose Baez is looking for 2 victories on the card. Ice Love, a stablemate to Cross Island. Allure Fortune, the big favorite, 3-5. There's Ice Love. Over $4,000 of new money in our Monday Pick 6. Stay Home Mama to the outside. They're at the post. And there they go. Frankie Knows Best and Capital Gal, but here's the favorite, Allure Fortune, wasting no time, claiming the top spot, and Frankie Knows Best is going to show speed from the inside and pick it up. Frankie Knows Best and Allure Fortune. Capital Gal's getting a nice trip from third, and to her outside there in the clear with the Blue Silks is Cross Island. Ice Love and Stay Home Mama are the last of the 6. So it is Allure Fortune who has the lead, almost a length to Frankie Knows Best. Capital Gal's up close. Cross Island's a little deep entering the backstretch, 3 wide, and just under 2.5 from the favorite Allure Fortune as they race to the 5/8. Break of about 6 lengths to Stay Home Mama, a length and a quarter, length and a half or so to Ice Love, the last of all. Allure Fortune, Capital Gal, Frankie Knows Best from the rail. In the 4th spot is Cross Island, still with that clear path to the leader, and she's about 3 lengths from the front. Break of 5 to Stay Home Mama, getting a little closer and progressing from that 5th spot. Nothing yet from Ice Love. 25 seconds, 49-3. Allure Fortune had to speed it up to maintain her advantage. Capital Gal still second. Allure Fortune's the leader, and she's the one to beat at the 5/16. Capital Gal's losing ground, a length and a half off the lead, but she's trying to stay in the race. And then we're going to Cross Island. Frankie Knows Best. Now Stay Home Mama's flattened out a bit. Nothing yet from Ice Love. Allure Fortune hasn't put away Capital Gal just yet. Allure Fortune with the advantage. Capital Gal's going to test her all the way to the wire. Allure Fortune a length and a half. Capital Gal comes under left-handed urging. Ice Love's picking up her stride, trying to close into third from the inside. Allure Fortune is almost home. Now she's getting clear. Allure Fortune. Allure Fortune, another one for Jose Baez. Front-running victory once again. Allure Fortune. Capital Gal ran well in defeat. Then Ice Love. And checking in 4th was Cross Island. $146 and $69,100. So back-to-back 2-turn affairs with Jose Baez claiming the top spot. The first race at 2 turns was one from a last to first type of run. The last couple of races in wire-to-wire fashion. So it is number 4, Allure Fortune, the unofficial winner as the heavy favorite. 2, Capital Gal ran very well in defeat. 3rd place, 5, Ice Love. 4th place, 3, Cross Island. 146 and 69/100ths, the final time. Allure Fortune, that is 2 out of 3 and her ninth career score. 6-year-old Bay Mare by Bayern out of the Damn I Dazzle, owned by Ashley Lilly, winning trainer Dana Saul, back-to-back for Jose Baez. Winner was bred in New York by SF Bloodstock LLC. SF Bloodstock LLC, New York bred Allure Fortune. And race 3 is official. The double 2-4, that's Jose Baez's double, $9.30. 4-2 exact to $6.90. 4-2-5 trifecta, $4.90. 10-cent super, 4-2-5-3, $3. Monday's pick 5 starts in race 4, 22 minutes away at 2:46 in the 4th race, scratch 1, True Destiny. 5th race, scratch 4, Macho Real. In race 6, scratch 1, Tater and Tot, part of the entry. Also scratch 6, Support the Cat. 7th race, scratches 1 and 2, Lover's Leap and Tuck a Buck Away. In the nightcap, 2 major spin, a jockey change to Jackie Davis.
I got about 9 minutes to post for race number 4, and the Lure Fortune able to slow it down under Jose Baez. He did a good job as controlling the pace today and holding off Capital Gal. They kind of ran 1-2 around the track. That victory for trainer Dana Saul. That'll start off the $1 pick 6 short price winner in the third. Fourth race, we scratched the 1 True Destiny. And, look at the board. You're going to get some play on Alicia's Way. You're probably going to get some play on Mind of Gold. Alicia's Way, now the current favorite at 8-5. You'd want a better price on her if you're backing this one, as she ran a good second last time, but she was really no threat to the winner. Saloon Girl finally got the lead and ran away and hide after getting 3/4 of 115. But she did put in a nice run, and she might have a better pace to chase in this race with She's Got Game going to the front and maybe getting some pressure from Funny Pursuit. A logical top 3 threat either way, plus she's got half of her wins performed on and off track. Alicia's Way, a little too short, though, at 8-5. The 3 horses, Mind of Gold, she ran that big race in the sprint when she ran against Take Charge Christie, and she barely got beat that day by Take Charge Christie. Keep in mind, Take Charge Christie came back to win against a really solid allowance horses, a race, Gone and Forgotten and others, the top mares on the grounds. So where did that race come from for Mind of Gold? Or maybe it was just a case of the right pace flow. Well, she hasn't been able to repeat it. Now she'll stretch out. Maybe the stretch out will help Mind of Gold, who is still winless on and off track, and that'll be the concern how she handles it. She'll have to be up close as well in a race that is loaded with speed, even though it's a short field. All Biz is another one that could come off the pace if the pace is hot up front. She's coming off 2 consecutive victories. Last one, was a good win against Keep My Eye on the Boys. Frankie Knows Best, the race before, came back to win. So she's beaten horses that have done well after that race, but the problem is they're easier fields than what she'll face here. She's still eligible for the 4 lifetime, and these other ones are coming in here with the other condition, running against much tougher competition. But her running style might help her in here and maybe get into the number. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 5 starts with the 4th. We scratch the 1 True Destiny.
And bugler Pat Placido has the fillies and mares coming onto the track for race 4, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races in the past year, non-winners of 4 races, 5,000 the claiming level, scratch 1, True Destiny. Here they are, number 2, All Biz with Jackie Davis. All Biz is looking for 3 in a row. 3 is Mind of Gold with Kevin Navarro. She's looking for her 8th career victory. Next will be number 4, She's Got Game, looking for career win. Number 6, Jose Ventura. 5 is Alicia's Way with Jose Rojina. And the 6 is Funny Pursuit and Emmanuel Di Diego. A field of 5 to kickstart our Monday Pick 5. Post time in a little more than 3 minutes. Race 4 at 1 mile and 70 yards, just a field of 5. Pretty competitive affair to start our Monday Pick 5. You know, Mind of Gold looks to be the class of the race. She's made a ton of money. She's won a lot of races. She's never won on a wet racetrack. 8 starts with 3 seconds. I guess that's the biggest hiccup here. Maybe the added real estate also. Most of her success throughout her career has been sprinting versus this 2-turn, but we have seen her had some success in the past. She does have a victory and a runner-up effort at the distance. I'm going to make her my 2nd pick, but I am afraid of her. I think she's definitely the one to beat. 5, Alicia's Way. Losing True Destiny hurts the pace a little bit. You know, you figured Funny Pursuit stretching out from her outside post would show good speed. Perhaps Mind of Gold also stretching out along the inside, although Kevin can be very patient. So I think Funny Pursuit is going to have the lead to herself. The real question is who's going to keep her somewhat honest. I guess She's Got Game if she replicates that 23-3 opening quarter on the 4th of October, has enough stick to stay with Funny Pursuit through the early stages. I need this to develop if my top pick will prevail. That's the 5, Alicia's Way. I know it took a long time to get to her, but that is my number 1 pick, number 5, Alicia's Way. I think she's solid for 5,000. This will be her 5th start of the season here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. She was away from the races from the middle of January until early August. I like the spacing. She gets 26 days for this race. That is close to the longest. She had a little bit longer when she surfaced back on the 19th of September, but this is very, very good spacing. I think she's very good for $5,000. We've seen her hit hard at this level. Doesn't mind an off track, and we're just hoping we can get a little bit of pace. You know, Funny Pursuit, She's Got Game. Alicia's Way needs something to shape up for her. Losing True Destiny doesn't help her cause, but I'm going to stick with her at 5-2. Mind of Gold has all the past class. She will drop in for $5,000. Boy, her race 3 races ago to Take Charge Christie really stands out on paper. Take Charge Christie was good enough to come back and beat a very good group last week in the 3rd State Bred. She beat True Empress. She beat Gone and Forgotten, Toscanova Beauty. I mean, those are some of the better fillies and mares on the grounds. And Mind of Gold at 34-1 almost beat Take Charge Christie. Obviously, anything close to that, she towers over this group. She is currently 4-5, and we expected the short price. After that, I looked at the 4, She's Got Game. I think She's Got Game could be the one that could secure a nice stalking trip. She doesn't necessarily need the lead, although I guess if you look at her form a little bit more in depth, races 4 and 3 races ago would suggest she is a need the lead type. We don't see anything on the paper that comes close to sitting a stalking trip and finishing, getting a first run on the late runners. I think that would be her best chance to succeed. Jose the Body Ventura needs to sit chilly behind Funny Pursuit, time his move perfectly, and try to get first run on both Mind of Gold and Alicia's Way. And then you get All Buzz, who is sharp, looking for 3 in a row. Funny Pursuit, speed is dangerous. You know, my top selection 5, Alicia's Way, had Emmanuel Di Diego on the 4th of October. Di Diego has opted to stick with Funny Pursuit. Not sure what to make of that move. This is a pretty interesting affair. If you can get away from Mind of Gold, you'll get some price. Mind of Gold at 1-2. I've gone with the 5. Alicia's Way is my top pick here in race 4, starting the Monday Pick 5. About a minute until post time. It's post time for the fourth race. The fillies and mares are just arriving at the starting gate. This is the first leg of our Monday pick 5. Another short price favorite, the 3, A Mind of Gold, a 1-2. Seen a lot of short prices this afternoon. Mind of Gold 3-5. The 5, Alicia's Way at 3-1, and the 2, All Biz, who's sharp, looking for 3 in a row. Third choice at 4-1. All Biz will be the first one into the gate. Here's the big favorite, Mind of Gold. She's got game. Couple to load, Alicia's Way and Funny Pursuit, the big long shot on the stretch out. Mind of Gold is also stretching out this afternoon. Funny Pursuit. She's the last one to load. They're at the post. And there they go, and there goes Funny Pursuit, but she's got games a little quicker from the inside. Mind of Gold is up close, then Alicia's Way, and All Biz is at the back. So it is She's Got Game making the pace from Mind of Gold. Funny Pursuit, despite stretching out, not really sent for her speed from the far outside. Alicia's Way is towards the tail with All Biz from the rail. So on the front end, it is She's Got Game, and Mind of Gold is up close from second, and Funny Pursuit is third. Here's All Biz sharing fourth with Alicia's Way. It's about 5 lengths from first to last. With the top spot, She's Got Game a length to Mind of Gold. They're going to try to slow it down up front. Funny Pursuit is third, little less than 4 off the lead, joined by All Biz, and Alicia's Way, a late runner, is the last of the quintet, and she's about 6 lengths from the pace. She's Got Game 3 parts of a length. From her outside, races the favorite, Mind of Gold. It's a break of nearly 3 lengths to Funny Pursuit and All Biz. Another 2.5 or so to Alicia's Way, still at the back marker. They race to the far turn. She's Got Game. Mind of Gold's waiting on deck. No excuses for the big favorite. Getting a perfect trip up close to the soft pace and well clear of her next rival, who is All Biz and Funny Pursuit. And Alicia's Way is the last of all. Mind of Gold, She's Got Game. All Biz and Funny Pursuit's closing in. And Alicia's Way is going to try to pick up her best stride from the far outside. She's Got Game. Mind of Gold from the outside. Here's All Biz looking for 3 in a row. Then Funny Pursuit. And Alicia's Way is going to try to come over the top to the far outside. Mind of Gold's in trouble. All Biz is up to the front. The sharp equine. All Biz looking for 3 in a row. Getting away from She's Got Game. Then Alicia's Way and Mind of Gold. All Biz. Front and center. From She's Got Game, Mind of Gold might have re-rallied into third. She's in a photo with Alicia's Way. Never underestimate a sharp equine, and All Biz was the sharpest. Give her 3 in a row at 5-1, 149 and 41/100ths the final time. 3, Mind of Gold has re-rallied into third. Fourth place, 5, Alicia's Way. All Biz is in the winner's circle. That is a 3 in a row. Very sharp these days. A 4-year-old Bay filly by Fed Biz out of the Golden Missile Dam Cats Golden Ways, owned by Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro. Linda's the winning trader, winning jockey. That girl, Jackie Davis. Another lone Floridian. Those Florida breds in the mud. All Biz. Floridian bred by Double W Thoroughbred Racing Incorporated. Race 4 is official. Prices are pending. Officially 2-4-3-5 in race 4, starting off our Monday pick 5. Got that upsetter home, All Biz. All right, here are the prices. 2-4-3-5. The double 4-2, $19.80. A 2-4 exacta, $53.50. The trifecta 2-4-3, $35.62. 10 cent super, 2-4-3-5, $8.35. Pick 3, 2-4-2, $17.50. 1 with 2 with 4 with 2. The early pick 4, $45.12. Race 5 will start our late pick 4. Scratch 4, Macho Real, 21 minutes away at 3:19. Breeders' Cup weekend. You can watch and wager on all of the Breeders' Cup action right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Now is the time to sign up and be part of our Finger Lakes bonus at bets.com. First of all, you get 6% rewards when wagering on Finger Lakes races. That's pretty cool. New customers that deposit and wager $100 get a $50 sign-up bonus. More incentives. Normally, we'll give you 2% rewards from Santa Anita. You know, we're going to bump it up this weekend for Breeders' Cup, bumping it up to 5% both days, November 3rd and 4th, for the entire cards, not just the Breeders' Cup cards, the entire cards at Santa Anita this Friday and Saturday. Must wager $1,500 a month to get all of those rewards. Now is the time to be part of our Finger Lakes bonusbets.com. You play, we pay. Don't forget, fans, we have to roll the clocks back this weekend, so we will be adjusting our post times for the remaining 9 days of the season. Ready to wrap it up here pretty soon, fans. 12 more days, 11 counting tomorrow and on. Starting next week on Monday, 12:15 first post. That will be for the final 3 weeks of the season. 12:15 first post. Just make the adjustments in your head. Mark it down on your calendar. Hate for you to miss out on any of the action. 12:15 starting on Monday, November the 4th.
Horse is getting ready for race number 5, and that was All Biz. I believe was the only one that was in for the 4 lifetime part of that condition. Just a 3-time winner, beating those horses. A big effort by All Biz, making it 3 in a row. Jackie Davis for trainer Linda Dixon. Man, that's a big effort stepping up to beat those multiple winners. 5th race goes the distance of 1 mile and an 1/8. Exacta Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in here. Yeah, this is a tricky race because you can make a case for a few of them in this one. No real standout in this never won 3 condition. You do have the 2 Make It in New York going to get play because he's coming from the top barn. You got Trisatum, who's getting closer, although he doesn't win much. He's 2 for 25 in his career. One of those victories on and off track, but he ran very well last time against similar competition, maybe even a tougher race. And considering how slow they went up front, he kind of hung around. It was one of those things where What's My Category made the early move. Interstate ended up being the main speed in that paceless race. Nobody really changed positions, but this one was making a late move, trying to go after the 2 leaders, and only got beat a length in there. So this is the type of race where if he can get the right kind of trip, he can break through and get a victory. Very logical horse. Not a horse that you love to win the race, but definitely a horse that should be in the mix and can win with the right kind of trip. Make It in New York going to get a lot of play, but it's hard to find a huge excuse for this horse since dropping to 5,000 in this condition. He wasn't far off a slow pace last time, but you could make a case that That's My Business would beat most of these. So it does turn out to be a pretty decent edition of this condition, but the previous race was a sprint, and he didn't really run that great in there, finishing off the board. So Make It in New York, definitely one to consider, especially off the 2nd place finish. So he's going to get play at odds of 6 to 5, but he'll be offer lower odds than what he should, but definitely one of the main contenders in race number 2. He's currently the favorite at 6 to 5. Mo Danson's another interesting one because he found himself a little bit too far back to have any impact last time and was wide, and no real impact he had. I just mentioned nobody really was able to change positions. When you talk about the top 3 finishers, this one actually did finish 4th, passed a couple horses, but wasn't even close to being a major threat in the late stages of that race. So, he really didn't have a chance with those fractions either from where he found himself early. So if he could get into the race a little bit more here, he's a little inconsistent with his form, but some of his better efforts put him right there. So Mo Danson, better pace flow, better trip, could put him right there. And he's at 5 to 1. He offers a little value in race number 5. Then you have the 1 horse. You got 2 for the price of 1 with the Babcock entry. And, Take the Edges race on September 13 should put him right there. Don Bernardo was a horse that was a drop down that ended up running okay his next start as well. And he ran 2nd to that horse on September 13th. Didn't follow it up very well on and off track last time, and he hasn't performed that great on and off track in his 12 starts. Same thing with March Madness Party. He's got some races that'll put him right there. But again, he hasn't hit the board in his 6 starts on and off track. But, with no big standouts in here, if one of them does run one of their better races, they could be a good long shot entry. See, you got 2 of them for the price of 1 for long shot Eddie Babcock. 5 to 1 is the price on that entry. So those are, of the 6 horses, those are probably the main 4 that are win threats in this 1.8 mile event. Keep in mind, not a lot of experience going these further distances. The only 2 horses that have had 1.8 mile races are Make It in New York and Trisatum, and they're the top 2 in the wagering as we speak. Exacta Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 5. You got 7 minutes to post. Scratch the 4, Macho Real.
On the track for race 5, let's meet the field. 1, Take the Edge, John Berrios. Stablemate 1A, March Madness Party, Stephen Fred. 5-1 for the Eddie Babcock duo. 2 is Make It in New York, Jose Rojina, the favorite at 7-5. 3 is Trisatum, Christian Navarro, second choice 2-1. Scratch 4, Macho Real. 4, Macho Real has been scratched from this upcoming 5th race. 5 is Mo Dance and Louis Perez looking for a riding double. Won the opener with Cozando. 6 is Oliver with a twist. Jose Baez looking for a 3-bagger. 7, Navy Pair, Emanarchy. Race 5, 1 mile and 1/8, 3-year-olds and up. Non-winners of 3 races, $5,000 claimer. Scratching for Macho Real. Here is the 1 March Madness Party. Once again, jockey Stephen Frett. This is the first leg of our late pick 4. A little more than 3 minutes until post time. Late pick 4 time on the Monday card. A 1.125 journey here in the 5th. Make It in New York's the favorite. He's a logical contender. He's 3-2 on the board. Let's see if we can beat him with the 3 Trisatum. Trisatum ran very well on the 10th of October. I'll tell you what, I watched that replay this morning. Didn't think he was going anywhere heading to the 8th pole, but what a final furlong he put in, making up 3 lengths. They absolutely crawled early, a 15-1 for 3/4. And despite the soft flow, Trisatum was able to do some pretty good running. The race is flattered with What's My Category coming back, stepping up in class to the $11,000 ranks last week and springing the upset. That was part of the $106,000 pick 6. I like the fact that Trisatum was competitive against both Interstate and What's My Category. I like the fact that Trisatum has had success over a wet racetrack. 1 for 6 with a 2nd and a 3rd place finish. Why wouldn't he like an off track? 'Tis Now out of a Victory Gallop mare. We're going 1 mile and 1/8, and I'll tell you what, he's got the blood. Once again, 'Tis Now, Victory Gallop. Trisatum, my pick here in race number 5. Make It in New York's a logical contender for $5,000. I liked his recent race on the 10th of October. He's never won on a wet racetrack, but he does have 2 seconds and 2/3 from those 7 appearances. I think for $5,000, he's a good fit, and he's a logical contender for leading trainer Chris Engelhardt. 5, Mo Danson's had a lot of looks this year. 9 starts this season. He hasn't broken through. He got on a pretty good little streak there in August, on the 7th and 22nd of August, with back-to-back runner-up efforts. His 3 subsequent starts have had him regressing. Although 2 back against Benchwalk, he's in contention at the final 1/4 mile and just couldn't see it through. I know his best race is good enough. We shall see. Seems like most of his damage has been on fast racetracks. He's 2 for 16 on fast racetracks with 2 seconds. He's 0 for 4 with only 1 runner-up effort on a wet racetrack. And then the 1, Take the Edge. Take the Edge, another one that doesn't have a lot of success over wet racetracks, but he's kind of an in-and-out type. If you look at his race 4 back, it was pretty good. His race 2 back's pretty good. This is on the pattern. This is the in time versus those out races in between. Take the Edge for the long shot king, Eddie Babcock. He's 6-1. Trisatum, if he's good enough to be right there with What's My Category, he's good enough to be my top pick at 5-2. Race 5, starting our late pick 4. entering the gate. It's post time for the fifth race. Favoritism with 2. Make It in New York at even money. Late money coming in on number 3. Trisatum down to 8-5. Make It in New York is in. There's Take the Edge. Trisatum. March Madness Party. Mo Danson will be next for Victor and Nancy Salvato. Oliver with a twist for the most interesting man here at Finger Lakes, Matthew Clark. A Navy pair, the lone Kentucky bred. Ready for the late pick 4. And there they go. Make It in New York and Take the Edge are showing pace with March Madness Party. Oliver with a twist, forwardly positioned. Navy pair from the far outside. Then Trisatum and Mo Danson. So the stablemates battle it out. March Madness Party covering Take the Edge. Oliver with a twist is up close. Trisatum from between runners. Make It in New York along the inside. Navy pair is a little wide at the 7/8, and Mo Danson bides his time at the tail of the field. It's about 7 lengths covering the field of 7, and March Madness Party clears away from Oliver with a twist. Take the Edge, third. Navy pair a little wide. Trisatum one from the outside, and there's Make It in New York advancing one from the inside with the purple silks. Mo Danson in no hurry at the back marker. So March Madness Party and Stephen Fred have the lead at the 5/8, about a length and a half to Oliver with a twist. And from the outside is Navy pair. Now Christian Navarro decides he wants to cover a lot of ground. We're going 1 mile and 1/8. Christian says it doesn't bother him. He's going to go very wide up the backstretch. Make It in New York saves ground. A good trip for him. 3 off the lead. Mo Danson now picking up his stride, getting within 7 heading into the turn. Take the Edge drops out of it. 3/8 to travel. March Madness Party and Trisatum from the outside. And look at Mo Danson with this huge run. Mo Danson from last to first, just like that. Mo Danson opens up. Today's his day, I guess, at the quarter pole. He has quickly opened up on this group. Trisatum, Make It in New York, then March Madness Party, and Oliver with a twist. Mo Danson and Louis Perez with that decisive move through the turn, putting this race to sleep. Mo Danson, the easiest of winner with that eye-catching run. Make It in New York second, then Trisatum, and Oliver with a twist fourth for the Super. That was pretty cool for a $5,000 non-winners of 3 lifetime affair. Nice run by Mo Danson. 4-1 in the upset. Logical horses underneath with the 2 Make It in New York second. Third place 3 Trisatum. 156 and 88 100ths the final time. 6 Oliver with a twist checking in fourth. Make sure to hold all tickets, wait for the numbers to get sorted out by our placing judges. Mo Danson. Mo Danson is a 4-year-old obey gelding by Lauban out of the Dam Danson on Broadway, owned by Victor and Nancy Salvato, winning trainer Ilmar Loiza, a double for the Diamond Man Louis Perez. Winner was bred in New York by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, LLC. Race 5 is official. 5236, the double 25, $65. 5-2 exacta, $30. 5-2-3 trifecta, $11.95. 10-cent super, 5-2-3-6, $7.07. 4-2-5, a pick 3, $32.12. One more pick 3 on the Monday card. Our race 6, scratch 1 Tater and Tot. Also scratch 6, support the cat. 1 Tater and Tot, part of the Jeff Engelhardt entry, scratched. Also scratching 6, support the cat. 3 Big Elm, 1 pound over. Race 6, 21 minutes away at 3:49.
All right, 12 minutes to post for race number 6. And that's what happens in those mile 8th races. Horse lays back, gets a trip. They end up drawing away. Mo Danson proved much the best in that race. Louis Perez for trainer Ilmar Loaiza. Congratulations to them. 6th race, a maiden event. We scratched the one part of entry, Tater and Todd. He'll be re-entered for next week, Monday. And you can really narrow it down to the 3 main contenders, actually 4 main contenders, because you got an entry. You got 2 for the price of 1 with a 2. Will one of those 2 ever break through? Then you got Max Foster, the 1A horse, who goes first-time Lasix off a decent 3rd place finish last time. That was off a layoff. And then you got Big Elm. Big Elm, good-looking horse, made a nice move last time. Just found the 5.5 a little bit short and ran out of real estate last time. And this is one I like in here. Is he can sit a trip behind the speed. He was running against Tougher in Kentucky after debuting in New York. He had a nice work before that last race, and the pace just didn't back up to him. They went 46 and change, almost 47, and at 5.5 furlongs, they weren't going to back up. So maybe a better chance today at 6 furlongs. And he showed he didn't mind the off track by running 3rd in that race. So Big Elm, one of the main contenders in here, going to give him a slight edge. Max Foster, a horse that does have some room to improve. He did run 2nd in the slop against restricted 3-year-olds, technically a 2-year-old race when you consider it was in January, but then came off a layoff and actually ran well last time considering the layoff. It was his best lifetime buyer in first time against older horses. Very well-bred horse by Palace Malice out of a dam by Gosapper. Figures to flash some speed, be out there with Redemption Road early. He actually breaks inside of Redemption Road, which might give him a little bit of an advantage. So strong player, he's a 2-1. Then you get to the 2 entry. They're currently favored, maybe because you get 2 for the price of 1. But horses that have been knocking at the door, especially Redemption Road's been knocking for a while. He's had 7 starts, never missed the board in any of those 7. He has faltered in a couple of those races where he looked like he was going to be the winner. He's been a beaten favorite the 2 starts that he's had this year. Pretty spread out. But one of these days, the Redemption Road's going to figure it out and get through his maiden condition. If he can secure the lead here, he's got a shot to do so. And Pantagelli's no slouch either. He comes off a 2nd place finish, and no excuse 2nd place finish, where he looked like he was going to win. He closed on a 47 and change half, but then just didn't seal the deal when it counted. But these horses are close, wouldn't be any surprise, and they're getting some play at 7-5. Those are the 3 main betting interests in here, we should say. Is the money probably going to be pretty close between the 3 of them, because you got to give them all a chance here in race number 6. We start the pick 3. There was a first-time starter in here. I do want to mention that one. That's the 5, License to Chill. Both wins for that dam were on the turf for Linda Dixon. This is the 3rd foal. No wins yet for that offspring of that dam, but License to Chill could be a horse that could get into the number if that one comes out running here. But again, dirt might be a question with that turf breeding. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double. Pick 3 starts at the 6th. Scratch part of entry, Tater and Dot.
Race 6 at 6 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up made in special weights. Scratch 1 tater in top part of the entry. Also scratch 6 support the cat. 3 Big Elm, 1 pound over. First leg of our late pick 3. And post time in about 3 minutes. Here's the field. 1A, Max Foster, Emmanuel Di Diego. 2 is Redemption Road at Jeremias Flores. Stablemate 2B, Pentangeli, Joel Cruz. Paul Barrow with the 2 and the 2B. How about this board, fans? 3, Big Elm, Louis Perez. Louis looking for 3. 1A, 2 and 2B, and 3. They're all 9 to 5. Well, they were 8 to 5, 2 to 1, 8 to 5 now. 4 Union Navy, Kevin Navarro, and the 5 License to Chill, Nazario Alvarado. Linda Dixon looking for another winner. Skipping the parade, 4 Union Navy, Kevin Navarro. Scratching 1 tater in top part of the entry. Also scratch 6, support the gat. First leg of our late pick 3. Very competitive 6. Some nice maiden special weights here. And they'll be at the starting gate in a little more than about 2 minutes. Pretty cool race, even though we're short on numbers. Definitely big on talent. These 4 horses are all pretty impressive on paper. Max Foster made his first start here at Finger Lakes, a race in which Pentangeli was in. They both ran very well. I thought Max Foster had to do a little bit more heavier lifting than Pentangeli that afternoon. Max Foster was battling with the eventual winner, Dr. Jerry. Boy, Pentangeli got a nice little setup. Maybe the flow wasn't as favorable for him, but boy, when you have a couple of horses dueling, he was in a good spot. It's a very competitive race, and it's hard to separate both Max Foster and Pentangeli. Thought maybe Max Foster making his first start since early January, dueling with the eventual winner, now getting a Lasix. Maybe he's the one, and especially considering his stablemate has opted to stay in the barn. Max Foster, a lukewarm endorsement as my top pick. Looked hard at Pentangeli. I've been on him all year. He'll probably come through now for the Seton Hall Pirate, Frank D'Amato. Pentangeli coupled with Redemption Road. Boy, both the 2 and the 2B have had lots and lots of chances. Redemption Road, 7 starts, 4 seconds, 3/3. Pentangeli, 6 starts, 5 seconds. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if either landed in the winner's circle. And then you get 3, a Big Elm, who ran very well on the 16th of October. I like that race he comes out of. I will say this, they absolutely flew early. He got a 22-1 opening quarter. So was the opening quarter the reason why Big Elm put in that big stretch run, or is it just the talent? It's probably the talent. He was good enough to run second earlier this season at Turfway Park. The Turfway Park horses in 2023 really carried their form to other venues around the country. And if Big Elm was good enough to finish second in a maiden special weight against 10 at Turfway, he's probably good enough to win a maiden special weight race here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. He is the lone Kentucky bred. Big Elm, the lone Kentucky bred against some New York breds here in race 6. It's a cool race. 1A, 2B, 3. Wouldn't surprise me if any one of the 4 would win. Both halves of the Paul Barrow duo and the horses I've mentioned, the 1A and the 3. Race 6, starting our late pick 3. Nice maiden special weights in a couple of minutes. Post time in a little more than 1 minute. nearing the gate. It's post time for race 6, a field of 6 with 5 wagering interests. 3 9-to-5 shots. Favoritism by $3 with number 3, Big Elm. Spoke too soon. Now it's Max Foster. Max Foster now the favorite, 8-to-5. Very competitive affair. Here comes Big Elm. The Diamond Man's rolling this afternoon looking for 3. There's Navy Nurse. Max Foster. Redemption Road. License to Chill. And Pentangeli. Redemption Road acting up just a bit. Pentangeli to the outside. Ready for the maiden special weights. And there they go. Slow start, License to Chill, but he has recovered pretty quickly. Redemption Road, License to Chill. Pentangeli from the far outside. Max Foster off the pace this afternoon in the 4th spot. Then Navy Nurse and Big Elm is the last of all. Looks like there is some pace. Redemption Road and Long Shot, License to Chill. Max Foster makes a bit into 3rd, and he races inside of Pentangeli, who's about 4 lengths from his stablemate. 2.5 to Navy Nurse, 3 lengths to Big Elm, now picking up his stride at the back marker, 22 4/5. Redemption Road softened up a bit by License to Chill. Max Foster's in a nice spot. He needs to go now. He's more than 3 off the lead. Pentangeli's 4 lengths from the front. Navy Nurse a little less than 6 off the lead, and Big Elm continues to close in. License to Chill, Redemption Road. Here comes Max Foster. Navy Nurse has a little look along the inside. Far outside, Pentangeli. Max Foster, one from the outside. Pentangeli to the far outside. Up the rail, Navy Nurse. Redemption Road keeps on sticking around. Navy Nurse riding the rail up to the front. The biggest price on the board, Navy Nurse and Redemption Road. Who's it going to be? Look at Redemption Road. A horse that has finished with 7 minor placings, showed a lot of heart this afternoon, putting his nose down when it counted the most. There's a horse whose will to win has been questioned, at least by me up here in the booth. What an effort this afternoon. Redemption Road. Union Navy had all the momentum. Looked like it was his race. Redemption Road comes back for more. Photo will determine the winner. 113 and 21 100ths the final time. 2, Redemption Road, first. Second place, 4, Union Navy. Third place, 2B, Pentangeli. Fourth place, 1A, Max Foster. 3, Big Elm. Fifth for the Super. Here's Redemption Road. Not going to question his will to win anymore. A 4-year-old a big gelding by Bellamy Road out of the dam. A Beautiful Risk. Owned and trained by Paul Barrow. Winning jockey Jeremias Flores. Winner was bred in New York by Paris Hill Thoroughbred Corporation. And race 6 is official. 2, 4, 2B, 1A, 3. 3 Big Elm for the Super. A double 5-2, $40.40. A 2-4 exacta, $46.60. 2-4-1 trifecta, $37.37. 10-cent Super 2-4-1-3, $8.17. Couple more races to go on this sloppy Monday card here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. 7th race, a couple of scratches, 1 Lover's Leap, and 2 Tuck a Buck Away. 7th race begins a late double, a little more than 20 minutes until post time. Post time at 4:19. Fans, we still have a nice late daily double on this Monday card. DRF.com for free Finger Lakes past performances. Nice little analysis by Kenny Peck on how to play our races this afternoon. Take advantage with the late daily double, free past performances, DRF.com. Have to be a member. Easy to sign up, free to sign up. Nice late daily double to think about on this Monday card.
In paddock 4, race number 7, almost had a big upset in the 6. Union Navy, nice move up the inside by Kevin Navarro, almost pulled it off, but Redemption Road able to come back on and get the victory and pay $5.90. Still made it for a good exacta if you use Union Navy in that second position, but almost blowing it up a little bit in race number 6. So Redemption Road wins. Jeremiah Flores for owner-trainer Paul Barrows. We go to the 7th. It is a claiming race. Now there's 2 races since the date being January 1st, so this season, or this year. Scratch the 1, Lover's Leap, and scratch the 2, Tuck a Buck Away. Yeah, a lot of early play on the 10, Digital Future. A little bit of a tricky read because horse hasn't run much lately. Has had 2 starts since May, and his last start was in August. Obviously facing much tougher competition than what he'll face here. Half of his wins have been on the turf, but he does have 2 victories on the dirt and a couple victories at this distance as well. I think all of that doesn't matter when you consider it's a drop to 5,000. If he runs his race, he'll beat these, but the concern would be that he's off since August and does take that steep drop. But an obvious contender is the 10, Digital Future. But again, tricky read of what you'll get with this horse. But if he does run his race like the $25,000 maiden victory he had, he will beat these lower class claimers. The 9, Prepare for Glory, a good long shot as far as to hit the board. Did earn a good number in the slop when running in a beaten 5,000 back in August, early August. He was favored to do so. A lot easier field that day, but he did draw away to the victory, stepped up and ran decently behind a next style winner, Tommy the Torch. He wasn't that badly beaten by Fiery Heart. So there's some things to like with Prepare for Glory, although except for his last race. His last race, he didn't fire at all. Wasn't all that sharp at the start, and it was a pretty decent field. So if you could forgive the last effort for Prepare for Glory, you can use him today. He's a price at odds of 9-1, mainly because of all the play on the 10, Digital Future. The 5 horse is Sam A. A little bit of a disappointing effort by Sam A in his last start, as he was a heavy favorite in that race and just failed to close. Was in position and just had no impact in there. It wasn't like they didn't go that fast. I guess that's one excuse, but he still should have hit the board in there, especially considering at least he's had good races on the off track in the past. So if you could forgive another one, like Prepare for Glory, if you could forgive the last effort for Sam A, he's definitely a big threat in here today. And that's the big thing. Can you forgive the last race for Sam A? Because his other races are pretty good. And he's been against higher class horses in the past. The 7 is letter carrier Henry, coming off a win and a 4th place finish. Last time, he was on the rail. He just was unable to sustain his speed on the inside, going 5.5. Same distance today. That's his best distance. His victory looked good. It was against much easier in that race. But he's capable of stepping up and beating these. And he's not bad on an off track. Notice the record on the off track. He's had 9 times in the money and 12 starts in the wet. So letter carrier Henry has got to run better than what he did last time. But he is capable and would be no surprise in here. He's at odds of 6-1. But a lot of the early play, no surprise on the 10 Digital Future. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered. Scratch the 2 inside horses, Lover's Leap and Tuck a Buck Away.
Seventh race, 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 2 races since January 1st. $5,000 claimer. Scratch 1 and 2, Lovers Leap, and Tuck a Buck Away. Good size field of 8, beginning the late daily double. Now's a great time to hop onto drf.com. Take advantage of some free Finger Lakes past performances. Save the best for the last 2 with the field sizes. 8 here in the 7th and 9 in the nightcap. Dive into our late daily double. Free Finger Lakes past performances. drf.com. Let's meet the group beginning with number 3. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo, Monarchy. 4, Stone Guitar, Skip the Parade. 5 is Sammy. Louis Perez looking for 3. Victor and Nancy Salvato and Ilmar Loaiza looking for doubles. 6, Night Escort, Kevin Navarro. 7 is Letter Carrier Henry. Jeremias Flores, Paul Barrow looking to get back to the winner's circle. Just got there with Redemption Road. 8 is Blues City, Big Long Shot, John Berrios. 9 is Prepare for Glory, Kay Burkoa. And the big favorite's 10, Digital Future. That girl, Jackie Davis, looking for 2. Digital Future, 4 to 5. A little more than 2 minutes until the 7th. All right, fans, good size fields for the last 2 on this Monday card. Big favorite here, Digital Future. I'm going to try to chuck this horse. I'm going to try to beat him. I know that might be ill-advised, but he's got some question marks in my opinion. Dropping all the way to 5. Avoided Claim, 2 back for 25. Races on the 30th of August. Doesn't come back to work out until the 22nd of September. Then he misses a week. Comes back on the 3rd of October. I guess that gap's not that bad. Here's the one where he misses 2 weeks. But I've seen worse work tabs, that's for sure. Obviously, he's got some solid company lines. There's Rotney. Rotney's a monster. He won our Ontario County, I believe, last year. There's Print Track, Air Show. The company lines, the class, it's all there. The real question mark is, why is he here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack for $5,000? A Kentucky bred by one of my old bosses, Jack Liebau. Big shout out to Jack. Jack was one of the first people to ever give me an opportunity in horse racing back in my early days at Bay Meadows and Golden Gate Fields when I started out in the video department and then ventured into group sales and then publicity. And Jack would let me call a bunch of races, and if you don't like my style, well, blame it all on Jack, because he's the reason why I'm here, fans. He gave me a big opportunity when I was a young kid in the early 90s. Digital Future, I'm going to try to beat him at a short price. He's even money. Now, Kenny Peck in the Daily Racing Form didn't think there was a lot of pace in race 7. I beg to differ, Mr. Peck. Letter Carrier Henry, look at his race 3 races ago on a good sealed track. He goes 22-1. Stone Guitar, 3 races ago on a good sealed racetrack, 22. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo. 2 races ago, he's a length off, 22-2. Those 3 could set it up for my top pick, the 9, Prepare for Glory. There he is. I will say this, that his last couple of races haven't been very enticing. I watched the replay on the 9th of October. I'm trying to find a reason why he didn't run too good. Don't really have it. I'll say this, if you look at all of his opening quarters, nothing has been as quick as what I'm anticipating for today. He's been getting nothing but 23s, 23-2, 2 back, 23, 23. There's a 22-4, but that was against a salty starter allowance group. The last time he was on a sealed sloppy racetrack, boom, there it is, nearly 6-length score. Hopefully they fly early, the horses I mentioned, 3, 4, and 7. And here comes Prepare for Glory at a big number at 8-1. 4, Stone Guitar might get to sit a nice trip. Jeremias Flores has opted to ride Letter Carrier Henry. Let's say Letter Carrier Henry goes to the lead. Maybe Stone Guitar is sitting about a length off him or so. We saw this when they faced off with one another on the 3rd of October. And maybe Stone Guitar can get that similar trip and make first run. He's 7-1. He's got a little bit of a look. How about Sam May? He was odds on in a similar condition. And he didn't run much, but if you liked him that day, you got to love him today. He's 9-2, and we already saw the Salvatos and Loaiza and Perez get it done earlier with that impressive winner, Mo Danson, who blitzed him with an Arazi-like move through the turn. 7, Letter Carrier Henry seems to be a good fit for $5,000. He has been a definitive favorite in similar spots for $5,000 in his last 2. His speed is dangerous, and he has an affinity for a wet racetrack. Some interesting horses if you want to get away from Digital Future. This race starts our late daily double. How about Kong Loves a Fight in the nightcap? His stablemate Bustin' Pietra. They're the top two, in my opinion, in race 8. Nearing the gate here in the 7th at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. It's post time for the 7th race. Field of 8 here in the 7th, 9 in the nightcap. Nice late daily double on this Monday card with some good size fields here to close the last 2 races. 10 Digital Future, all the past class. Big class drop this afternoon. Even money, big time favorite from the outside. 5, Sam A. He's the second choice of 7-2. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo, Stone Guitar here. Sam A for the Salvatos. Next will be a Night Escort. Good price for the connections. Windy Lee Farm, John Buckley and Kevin Navarro. Speedy Letter Carrier Henry. Big Long Shot Blue City. Late Runner Prepare for Glory. And then the overwhelming favorite Digital Future. He'll be the last one to load to the outside. There's Digital Future. Late daily double time. And there they go. Letter Carrier Henry and Stone Guitar show good speed. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo's forwardly placed gunning from the rail. Letter Carrier Henry the quickest. Night Escort's 4th. Here's Prepare for Glory in the 5th spot, 6 or so off the pace. The favorite, Digital Future, is 3rd last, racing with Sam May. And Blue City is the last of all. Now, hey, it's Enrico Palazzo, and they go quick. 22 3/5 from Letter Carrier Henry, and Stone Guitars making his move. Night Escort's 4th, and he's a little more than 3.5 off the lead. Prepare for Glory finally gets a 22 and change opening quarter to run after, but he's covering a lot of ground. And here comes the favorite, Digital Future, and he's looking to take advantage of this quick flow, and he's going to try to find somewhere to go in a tight spot entering the lane. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo and Stone Guitar. Prepare for Glory. Here's Sam May making his move. Stone Guitar. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo. Sam May has a look, then Prepare for Glory. Stone Guitar. Sam May. Here comes Sam May. Sam May wins the money. Stone Guitar and Prepare for Glory, 2nd and 3rd in that photo. Not sure who got it. 4th place, I believe, to the Big Bomb. Blue City at 64-1. Thought it was a good race to go fishing. Sam May, Stone Guitar, Prepare for Glory. What a finish. 1 minute 7 and 27 100ths the final time. Hold all tickets. Five, Sam A first. Second place 4, Stone Guitar. Third place 9, Prepare for Glory. And fourth place 8, Blue City. Sammy, his 10th career victory. He is a 8-year-old bay gelding by Tisway out of that nice dam, Tequila Lana. A double for Victor and Nancy Salvato. A double for Elmar Loaiza. A triple for the Diamond Man, Louis Perez. Winner was bred in New York by Mike Lassesi. And race 7 is official, 5-4 and 9-8. The 2-5 double, $45. Nice exacta, 5-4, $90. Nice trifecta, 5-4, 9, $97.37. 10-cent super, 5-4, 9-8, $230.25. Biggest field size of the day. We'll wrap up the Monday card. We got 9 in the nightcap. Jackie Davis on 2. Major spin. 5 Uncle Milty. 4 pounds over the nightcap in about 21 minutes at 4:49. Great time to think about a nice superfecta. DRF.com. Free Finger Lakes past performances. Got to be a member. Easy to sign up. Good size field of 9 in the Monday nightcap here at Finger Lakes. 21 minutes away.
All right, getting ready to conclude this wet Monday card. A few prices today with the sloppy track. Sam A bounces back with a victory today. If you liked him at 1-5, you got to like him at 5-1. Obviously, one of the players in there got a nice trip under Luis Perez. Perez having a pretty good day. So are the Silvatos and Ilmar Loaiza. A couple wins on the card. Congratulations to them. Sam A, a little better price today than last time, and this time he got it done. Eighth race got Jackie Davis on the 2 major spin. It is a 5,000 claimer going a distance of 6 furlongs. As you see by the board, pretty wide open group here in the last start with Buston Pietre, who drops in class. He's been off since July, though, so positive, negative is he's been facing tougher, but the negative is he's coming off a long break since the 3rd place finish to Sam A against the 11 and 9s back in July. Obviously, his best race beats these, but will he have his best race off the layoff against these 5s? That's the big question mark with Buston Pietre. He's one of the horses getting some play at odds of 4-1. The 2 major spin is off of the claim. He comes out of jail for the same price. He ran good the race. He should have won the race, I should say, back on September 5th. He had all kinds of trouble, had a bad start, had a tough trip, and ended up losing by a half length. No real huge excuse the next time. The Night of the Crown was just better that day. He comes off the claim, and obviously staying at 5,000, he's one of the players. And the other thing is the off-track record, 5 for 7 in the top 3 when it's wet. And he's another one of a few that you could consider a win threat here, and he's at odds of 4-1. The 9 Kong Loves the Fight is going to get some play here. The big thing is the big turn back and distance. He's going to need some help up front, but obviously, like Buston Pietre, he drops in class to 5,000. Coming out of a good race, as Jitter Juice was able to control the pace that day, and he didn't break all that sharp, but that was a route. This is a sprint, so that's a big question mark. He has won going 6 furlongs before, so if the pace is quick, look for him to be closing late. He is truly at the mercy of the pace, but last time he went 6 furlongs, he did run second and got his number put up because of a DQ, so that's his 1 win that he had on and off track. Another one you could make a strong case for. Run Casper Run, generally more of an underneath type, but he plays against these. The only problem is his record on and off track. He's never been in the top 2 in his 7 starts in the wet. Could have been a case of some of the competition, but you'd like to see a little bit better performance on off tracks in the past if you're back by this one, especially a horse by Ghost Sapper. You would think that he'd like it a lot more than what he shows, but if he can handle it today, he's another one to consider in a wide open last race. Great race to finish off the card. Got a bunch of them that are going to have a chance in here. As you see by the board, no true favorite in race number 8. We're going to continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. We did just draw our next stakes race. That'll take place next week, Monday. The She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes. That's a $40,000 stake for 2-year-olds. And that turned out to be a pretty competitive group. Kind of want to look at that when you can check out the entries online. But that'll take place as a feature race next week. Good luck here in the 8th. You got 7 minutes to post.
One more race to go on the Monday card. The nightcap, 6 furlongs, $5,000 claimers. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race since March 31st, or non-winners of 4 races. Jackie Davis, new jockey number 2, a major spin, a 5 Uncle Milty, 4 pounds over the weight, the nightcap, in a little more than 3 minutes. Here's the field number 1, Cody's Express, Nazario Alvarado. Two is Major Spin. Jackie Davis picks up the mount. She's looking for 2 on the card. 3, Dr. Serfolio Cabercoa. Stablemate 4, Cousin Greg. Louis Perez looking for his 4th winner on today's program. Big day for the Diamond Man. 3 and 4 for Jim Aquilano. 5 is Uncle Milty looking for 2 in a row. 4 out of 5. Juan Diaz, 4 pounds over the weight. 6 run Casper Run. Jose Rohina. Paul Barrow's looking for a training double. 7, Bustin Pietra with jockey Jeremias Flores. He's looking for 2 as well. 8, our boy Cheekham, Stephen Frett. The other Barrow trainee is the 9, Kong Loves a Fight with Joel Cruz. Isn't Torelli also looking for doubles with Cody's Express? All right, a few more minutes until post time here at the nightcap. A little bit of a chance for a pick 6 carryover. 1, 2, and 8 are the horses uncovered. That pick 6 carryover would be little more than $4,500. Major Spin's getting a lot of tote support. He's got a little bit of a look along the inside. Bustin Pietra's probably the horse to beat, dropping in for $5,000. He's got good speed, has a win on a wet racetrack. He deserves to be the favorite. 3 to 1's a pretty good price for a Bustin Pietra. I really anticipated him to be a much, much lower, and perhaps by post time he will be. 9, Kong Loves a Fight. His stablemate's the horse I'm going to take a swing with here in the nightcap. I like him turning back in distance. The last time he sprinted, it was over a sealed, sloppy racetrack, and he ran a very good second. Made up a lot of ground. It's not like they went fast early, 22 and 4, 46 and 4, and yet he was still able to make up significant ground in the final quarter of a mile. And he was awarded the victory because Crunch BBB really bothered a bunch of horses out of the starting gate. So Kong Loves a Fight got his number moved up. He was able to win 2 turning in a couple of races thereafter. Now drops in for 5, and he turns back in a sprint. And it looks like there's a little bit of speed. Cody's Express likes to go. Major Spin should be forwardly positioned. Dr. Serfolio has a little bit of lick. Bustin Pietra probably the speed of the speed. But hey, you know what? The 1 and the 2 with their inside posts are probably going to be forced to show their hand early and gun along the inside. Maybe it shapes up beautifully for the 9, Kong Loves a Fight, at a nice price of 9 to 2. Obviously, his stablemate deserves the top billing. He's dropping in for $5,000. The last time he was in for 5 was back in late March at Penn National, and he ran a 3rd. I'll say this, that his form this season here at Finger Lakes in the 4 starts has been much better than his winter form was at Charlestown and Penn National. He had that eye-catching victory 3 races ago on the 24th of May. Hasn't been able to get back to the races. He wins by 8 lengths that day, and that was a big, powerful victory. So the connections, Roddy Valente and Paul Barrow, and Paul's done a great job this season, decided to put him in a very, very difficult non-winners of 4 allowance race. That was a Victorious Wave and Trelad and Civil Service. Those are monsters. There's Sam May. The problem is he just hasn't been to the races since the 18th of July, and the work tab is anything but inspiring. He races recently on the 18th of July, has a workout on the 7th of August and the 19th. I'm all good with that, but then he misses a month, and then he misses another 5 weeks thereafter. Not ideal. Obviously, that's why he's in for $5,000. Tough horse, but he has some question marks. Shady work tab and a suspicious class drop. That's why I've landed on the 9. A little bit more liking. 4, Cousin Greg's really had a pretty good season of late. His last 3 have been solid with back-to-back runner-up efforts, then a good-looking victory on the 19th of September. No reason he can't continue his forward move. And 2, Major Spin. Here's a horse who was a beaten favorite in a similar condition on the 26th of September. He has 2 victories and 7 starts on wet racetracks. and a good Tomlinson. 9-7-4-2. We've got a couple Florida breds, Dr. Serfolio and our boy Cheekham. It's a pretty good nightcap, a field of 9 approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Monday night cap. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. A 1:15 first post. 1, 2, and 8 uncovered in our pick 6. Of those 3, the 2 major spin getting a lot of toad support at a 7-2. 7 Bustin Pietra 2-1 major spin, and Kong Loves a Fight both 7-2 in the wagering. So the biggest sized field on the Monday card saved for the nightcap, a field of 9 at the starting gate. Cody's Express looking for 2 in a row. Major spin was the first one in. Here comes Dr. Serfolio. One of 2 Florida breds. Our boy Cheekham, the other Florida breds. A couple of winners already on this wet racetrack from the Floridians. So both the Aquilano duo are in. Dr. Serfolio and Cousin Greg. Uncle Milty. He's looking for 2 in a row and 4 out of 5. Here's Run Casper Run. The favorite Bustin Pietra. 1 of 2 for Paul Barrow. Stablemate to Kong Loves a Fight. Here's the other Floridian, our boy Cheekham, for Marcus Thompson. And Kong Loves a Fight, the last of 9. So Bustin Pietra's the big favorite. He's all the way down to even money on this big class drop. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Major spin away slowly. A little bit of a bunny hop from Bustin Pietra. Look at Cody's Express fire away from the inside. And there's Dr. Serfolio into the second spot and Bustin Pietra's third. Our boy Cheekham is 6 or 7 off the lead, joined by Run Casper Run. From the rail is Cousin Greg, then Uncle Milty. Kong Loves a Fight now picking up his stride from the far outside. Looks like a good opening quarter to run after. Major spin is a long ways out of it. 22-2, and Cody's Express sizzles up front. And Bustin Pietra gets within 2.5. And Run Casper Run's got to be licking his chops from third. He got a good opening quarter to run after, and he's closing in 6 off the lead. Break of about 3 lengths to Cousin Greg with Kong Loves a Fight. Dr. Serfolio gives way, and farther back is Uncle Milty. Bustin Pietra to tackle Cody's Express. Run Casper Run looked like he was in a good spot at the 5/16, but he's 5 from the front. Here's Bustin Pietra getting the lead on the class drop. Bustin Pietra putting away Cody's Express. Run Casper Run's only going to manage second. Bustin Pietra's too good on this big class drop. Another one for Paul Barrow. Run Casper Run was second, maybe Cousin Greg third, then Cody's Express. Despite all the question marks, just too good of a horse against this group in the nightcap. A 7, a Bustin Pietra as the big favorite. 4-5 does not disappoint the chalk players. 112 and 82 100ths. 6 Run Casper Run second. And it got a little tight for third and fourth. Maybe not that tight. 4 and 1/3 and fourth. We'll let the photo determine all the placings. Make sure to hold all tickets. For cousin Greg checks in a third, a fourth place one Cody's Express 7641. Here comes Bustin Pietra, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Bustin Stones out of the dam Emule. Owned and bred in New York by Roddy Valente. A training double for Paul Barrow, winning jockey Jeremias Flores. That's 2 for Jeremias. And the nightcap is official, 7641, the late double 5-7, $29.40. 7-6 exacta, $45.60. 7-6-4 trifecta, $55, 10-cent super. 7-6-4-1, $97.80. 2-5-7 late pick 3, $22.87. 5 with 2 with 5 with 7 are late pick 4, $183.75. Nice Monday pick 5, 2 with 5 with 2 with 5 with 7, $1,344.50. All 6 in the pick 6, a big payer, $4,529.50. Looks like one a winning ticket, $4,529.50. 5 out of 6 good for $32.50. That's it for Monday's card. We'll do it all over again tomorrow, 1:15 first post. Sure hope you had a great day of racing when leaving the track. Please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.